ค I just started yelling into the void. Don't mind me. I started talking and I realized the microphone was still muted. Why can't things just work? Why do things have to be difficult and frustrating? Ugh. Anyway, hope you guys are doing well today. Let me get everything ready over here. I went onto the wrong screen. Okay. Biotech, what are you doing? Excuse me? Excuse me? I didn't even get a chance to announce that joke. What? Thank you for becoming a Gillamon Blueberry. What the hell? Don't call me scuffed. I'm not scuffed. You're scuffed. You're scuffed. All right, well, how's everybody doing? I hope everybody's having a wonderful Friday. I hope your weeks were great. We're going to make sure that this VOD stays up, okay? Mart, thank you for coming out, Farius. Thank you so much. It's good to see you, Sweet Bean. Can't believe this. Glory to Gillamom. Oh, my God. If that's the worst you have to deal with today, it's a... Oh, no, today was a... Today was an interesting start to the day. I'll get into all that. Our scuff Primarch. All right. Well, if that didn't spoil it for you, yesterday on Twitch, we found, okay, so you guys know how last stream, for anybody who was in the last stream, that is of course blocked by members because of various reasons. What? Thank you for the gift membership. What the heck? Thank you, Primarch. I appreciate it. Moon, enjoy your membership. Cole, what the? Oh my God, Cole, thank you for upgrading to Gillamom's Blueberries. At least let me explain it. You guys are... oh my God. All right. Anyway, so as you guys know, last stream when we were joking about this, because you guys wanted the tier 3, because you guys were all calling me Gillamom because of the other outfit, I did make it. I found out what the problem was and why it wasn't showing for you. It was because even though I was saying how it was a joke tier and no one was supposed to actually do it, you can't get it approved if there's no perk to it. So I had to add a perk to it, which we decided it was going to be a special channel in the Discord that only people who are Gillamon Blueberries can have access to. So you guys, whoever becomes a Gillamom's Blueberry will have access to a special chat in the Discord. Just let me know when you join the Discord. What ended up happening was I expected 0 people to do it because it was a meme tier. Then people started doing it as soon as it was approved while I was on Twitch. And they all started going into the server in the chat room and just started putting gifs of them like smoking cigars and flexing money. Now nobody in the server except for the Blueberries can see it, but it has become just a colossal a colossal circle jerk of flexing how much better they are being a Blueberry. It is literally they are literally posting gifs, fanning themselves with money and smoking cigars in there. They're not saying anything of merit in these rooms. They are just acting like elitists, and it is the funniest thing. It is the funniest thing ever to watch. Oh my God. So yeah, so if anybody in here joins Gillamom's Blueberries, again, it's a joke tier. You guys, I mean, I guess if you want the Discord channel, sure, but it's mostly a joke tier aside from support. Just let me know in the Discord and I'll give you the Blueberry tier, and then you could go and have a field day being an elitist snob. I'm definitely joining. Lore accurate, typical Space Marine behavior, the damn 1%ers. It's such a silly thing. If that isn't lore accurate to the Blueberry Marines, I don't know what is. My type of people. Like, I'm gonna go to it right now real quick. Let me go see what's been going on in there most recently. Alan just posted in there, chat, you guys always act like you're better than me. And it's just a bunch of people sitting in suits looking and judging. Wait, I'm not supposed to tell you guys what's in there. I'm not supposed to tell you guys what's in there. Alright, I see you guys posting in there right now. Alright, anyway, back to the stream. Oh, you guys are too funny. Thank you for all the love and support. I appreciate you. Hi, Chio, how are you? I hope you're having a wonderful day. Dude, today was such an interesting morning. I'm gonna be honest. Tetra, I can't stay long, so you're gonna be here long, or is this gonna be up later to watch? Yes and yes. I will be streaming for about 5 hours, and I will be keeping this VOD up. I will do everything in my power to keep this VOD up, even if I have to like manually edit it to keep it up, but I will keep it up. Oh, you guys are too funny. You guys are too funny. Thank you for the love and support, though. Even if it is through a meme, thank you. What did I miss? Oh, nothing. You didn't miss anything. Can we get a membership for the poor? She's leaking our secret society's most closely held secrets. I'm sorry. Oh my god. Also, I have to figure out why the latency has been a bit higher. I've noticed that there's a little bit more of a delay. It will hopefully be fixed by Monday. I will check my settings, but it shouldn't be too bad, but I think it's like almost a 30-second delay. So if I am slow on reading your comments, or if you are slow to responding to mine, I apologize. I am doing my best to make sure that it can work. I want to make sure that it's the best experience for all of you, and yada, yada, yada. You know the rhetoric. How are you doing today, Tetra? I'm doing great. How about you? Okay, where are we going with this? There's more things. Oh yeah, so, the interesting morning. It was a kind of a whiplash in a lot of different ways. I got a response from a really important artist, that is doing a very special project for me. I'm getting another, tattoo. So, that's gonna be really exciting. I'm actually so, for anybody who does not know this, and this is a little bit quirky narcissism here, I may have an entire thigh piece from my hip all the way down to my knee of my VTuber. My VTuber. And I am getting my other thigh done of yours VTuber. Because I like tattoos. And I think they look cool. But then people tell me that I sound like somebody who's covered in tattoos anyway, so, you know, I guess it fits, right? I just hit the Michael Jackson, you should have seen it. What does that mean? Sweet, for about 30, I'm going for a root canal. Oh, no, I hate root canal. Root canals freak me out. No. Look, it's me. Okay, unironically, I've done that. Unironically, I'll be like, look at me. It's me on me. My narcissism holds no bounds! I've shown it off on Twitch quite a few times. So if you're ever on Twitch, you'll probably see it. So how many tattoos would you have by then? Let me see. I have one on my left wrist. I have my left forearm has 2. My left shoulder has 1. My right arm is a full sleeve. I have another one on my right wrist. I have my right calf, my entire right thigh and hip, and inside of my lip. And then I'll have the one on there, so however many I just counted there. Got a new 70-inch watching Tetra on the big screen, also memes, and the 40k committee. Are you really surprised by the outcome? It's Monday all over. Wait, what do you mean? Bit excessive? What, with the tattoos? No. All my tattoos are coverable. Like, if I'm wearing, like, for example, like, if I'm wearing a sweater dress, which is, like, my go-to for the winter, all you see, really, is a little bit of the one on my right leg and my right calf. You don't really see any other ones. Inside of the lip sounds painful? It is. It was, rather. See, chat, our mom is cool. Yeah, I'm cool. You sound like stubborn tattoos and smokes. What the hell? What the hell? We heard you like you, so we put some you onto you so you can look at you while looking at you. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I remember fondly I claimed the title of Akasuparius. Oh my god, you did, Alan. Oh my god, you did. Oh my goodness. I'm jealous. I want my full torso, front and back, along with limbs covered. That is some Yakuza stuff right there. That's fire. It's pretty rad, and while I haven't considered getting more tattoos anytime soon, I'm still proud of the colored ODST emblem I have on my upper. I love that. ODST is underrepresented. ODST is best Halo, and I will be lambasted for feeling that way, but I will die on that hill. Madre, the Yura and Madre sit tattoos will be done this winter. Glory to both of you. I'm so excited. Yeah, for you guys who don't know this from the YouTube community, On Brand actually has a tattoo of me and Yura already, and he's adding chibis below it. So I'm really excited. Chat's gonna try harder to unseat me today. Nah. You're good. You're good. Not here looking like Post Malone. Just our awesome maternal lioness. What do you? It's not like I'm covered head to toe. Literally, like, again, I don't have it anywhere near my neck. I don't have it near my hands. I keep it classy. I keep it classy. I can't decide what tattoo I want. I'm planning on getting chaos tattoos. I just don't know of what though. Ooh, that's gonna be really cool. I love tattoos. I think they're really fun. What can I say? What can I say? You know, even Yura has one. Even Yura has one. So, you know, that's something, right? She wants more, but you know, she is one. Okay. What was I gonna say? Because I lost my train of thought. Did you forget about the super chat privilege that happened on Monday when you found out that? Yeah. Well, okay. Yes, you're not wrong, but I've learned better than to put it into super chat only mode, so that way you guys are not incentivized to be goobers, right? My logic is if I don't incentivize you guys to be goobers, then you guys won't be goobers. Right? Like, I think right now there's like 10 of you guys that are blueberries, and like, I think that's already kind of batshit crazy. Oh my god, Soul! I know you're learning about all the Primarchs, but when you are done, I highly recommend learning about the Colonel Commissar Ibram Gaunt and Commissar Cyphus Kane. I think Kane is actually in my watch queue, Soul. Also, thank you very much. That was very kind of you, Goober. But I'm pretty sure Kane's already in my watch queue. Have fun with Mothman. I'm gonna go punch Alduin in the face. Let's go on Skyrim. Also, thank you very much, Goober. That was very sweet of you. We would never support a two-tier society. What did I walk in on? You know that pizza meme, right? That's you right now. Also, I'm so cold. I guess, but Bricky didn't really explain everything, especially the small details. Hero of the Imperium. I can't wait to look. Someday I'd like to get some tattoos, and some will definitely be chaos themed. I love that. I love that for you. Honestly, I do. There it goes. Now I'm third. Wait. Oh, you lost first place already? Wisdom worked so hard to take top fan for the day. When I opened up the waiting room last night, he has been in the chat like every half hour making a little like emote just to make sure he had a big lead in first place, just to be usurped immediately by Augment and Soul. That is so funny. That is so funny. Well, I gotta go, Tetra. All good, Jordan. Take it easy, buddy. Thank you for being here. I appreciate everybody who stops in, honestly. What else? Oh, so yeah, let me tell you about what happened today, because I got whiplash of good and bad, and it was like wild, right? So day starts off, I get an email saying that my, oh, not email. I got the mail allowing me to have my AdSense work, which is amazing, really big for my YouTube. Very excited about that. It doesn't mean much to people who are not YouTubers, but it's a big deal. So very, very excited about that. And number two, I then got hit with an email that I thought was from Twitch. And it was like, oh, we see a strange growth pattern on your channel. We're worried it might be bots. And I'm like, huh? And I'm nervous because I'm like, are they calling the new growth because of the YouTube bots? Are they calling my YouTubers, my YouTube viewers bots? And I go and file a ticket with them. Like I go to Twitch and I go file a ticket. And then after I do that, I sit for a second and I go and look at my email. and I see that the email is from something that's not Twitch, and I realized it was a phishing email. And now I had to go do a follow-up email to Twitch being like, hi, I'm stupid, don't mind me. Don't mind me. I'm just stupid lion girl on internet. I made dumb mistake. Just disregard my response from before. Dude, that's scared. Strange growth got me sweating bullets until I realized the context. Yeah, well, between that and saying I have a giant joy toy coming in the mail makes me sound really sus. It makes me sound like I'm on the blue Twitch. Yeah, no, it was a very, very perfectly timed scary email. I'm not sure if you'd like Mortarion. I'm sure I'll be relatively interested in him. Most of the Chaos Marines, or most of the Chaos Legions have at least some level of interest to them. Even Perturabo, right? Even though I wasn't a fan of Perturabo, I still think he was interesting. Yeah, I kind of doubt she'll like Morty. Watch me end up liking Morty. Watch me end up liking Morty, okay? All right? What? The giant knight, the giant Imperial Knight, or Imperium Knight from House Raven. It's literally like the size of my torso, bigger than my torso. By the way, if you ever want a really good comparison of my height, if you ever have seen the girl who's doing the 3D prints of Horus, right? She's been printing a life-size Horus in her what would you call it? In her den. She is the exact same height as me. She is the exact same height as me. So if you ever want to understand my height, you can always go see that short and be like, oh, that's Tetra. That's Tetra height. Both of their novel series are in the audiobook format, FYI, if you do get interested. Okay, cool. Thank you, Soul. I appreciate that. Every Primarch, Gillivan excluded, all have some form of daddy issues. I mean, I'm expecting that. When does Mortarion meet Rick? No, do not turn this into Rick and Morty memes. Oh, God. Oh, God. Remember, Tetra is a Druki sweat goblin appreciator. What? What does that even mean? What does that even mean? Anyway, memes aside, because today is a pretty chill day. Today we have the Mortarion video. We have some more Casual Geographic. We have some more Tierzoo. And maybe we'll do some more Warhammer after that. Maybe. I really do also want to watch Dungeon Soup, but I'm like afraid because the last time I watched a parody show like Space King, I got hit with the good old copyright live stream thing, and they like shut me off live, and I'm like, I don't think I want to do it. I don't think I want to do it. Think you would like Morty, but won't like Morty, but won't hate him. Angron you'll probably love. Also, I'm stepping out for work. Have a good day. Ave Dominus Nox. Thank you, Chio. I love and appreciate you. Thank you. Smelly Primarch time. It's just a little smelly boy. He's just a little smelly boy. Man, I would love Tierzoo. It might be peak or tragic. I think the next poll I'm going to drop is going to be, you guys get to decide if I do Fulgrim or Angron next. I know that you guys are going to pick Angron, but I like doing polls because it baits you guys into interaction. Dungeon Soup is really good stuff. I really want to. I've seen like a short of it before and it looks very, very funny. But at the same time, I'm like, I really don't know if I will be able to do it. Right? What the hell, Gian? Thank you so much for joining the Little Beans. I love and appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, Flash Gets seem a bit trigger happy on reactors. I'm surprised by that, to be honest, but like, because I really do love them. And I figured given their experience with YouTube and other things, they wouldn't be that way. But, you know, what can you do? What Warhammer books have arrived so far? Any on the throne? I haven't really considered putting them on the throne. I wanted to because I like hard books more because I like the feel. Even though I'm more of an audiobook listener, I do like hard books. I wanted to put the Alfarius one on there, but it's like $600. It's like $600 for the Alfarius book. Squirt of lemon. That is a very weird comment to read out of context. Like, my goodness. Liking Mortarion is a question of whether you prefer a Primarch who hates the Imperium without being super into chaos, at least in the beginning. Yeah, okay. That sounds interesting. Now I won't vote, Jake. Yeah. I know how you guys are, but I will just bait you into engagement. What the hell? You would definitely like Punky Doodles. I feel like I know that name. Is that the person who does the I cast tungsten ballsack? I'm gonna actually probably blow your minds. I actually don't think that he's that funny. But that's okay. Yeah, the limited ones are signed and numbered. Wait, for what? Oh, the books. Okay. Wait. You're telling me that, the Alfarius book are signed and numbered? Oh, that's so cool. Wait. That's so cool. Morty's biggest problem, he's a bit of a loser, unfortunately. I'm expecting him to be a bit of a loser. I'm expecting him to be a bit of a loser. But I'm excited to see how much me might be a likable loser. He might be a likable loser, you know? Maybe he'll be super cool and you guys won't even you guys will be surprised at how cool he actually is. Maybe he'll be like, I vanish into a fart cloud and then does, teleports behind you, kid, and kills you with stink. I don't know. I don't know what to expect from Mortarion. To be honest with you guys, I know the least about him compared to even Ferrus Manus. I probably know more about Ferrus Manus than I do about Mortarion. He's a Discord mod? Wait, what? Saw the Vulcans, the Vulcan stream, and I gotta say, it's unfortunate you encountered. I mean, it's fine. It's fine. Look, I've been encountering that since I started. But it's okay. There are still some weird comments that I do get here and there. I think the weirdest one is when people tell me that the one I found the strangest is when someone says you're being one guide when I actively banned 10 people in the span of 5 minutes. So it's yeah, that one guy, he literally, what's it, Shadow Jutsu? He Naruto Shadow Jutsu'd into 10 people. Yeah, you got me. Chief. He's better after turning into a demon. I'm actually looking forward to learning about him because again, there's not, okay, so you look at Vulcan, and I'm not going to get into the Vulcan conversation again, but I will say it like this. There are set memes that people know and repeat a lot, so I knew those memes going into it. The only thing I know about Morty is he just he just loses a lot. So I don't know anything about his story, and I am looking forward to it. The biggest hint to the way he is was actually from the Jagatai Khan video we watched, where Jagatai and him had the conversation, where they were the two that were the fence sitters, right? So they were the swing votes. So I find him interesting. I find it interesting to see how it's gonna be. He's just a stinky little guy. Morty can be more on the Peter Turbo side of bitterness. This is one of Bricky's older videos, so he's still finding the groove here. Gotcha. I can't wait for my Stinky boy. Everything our Alpha Legion account. Yeah, everything is Alpha Legion. Yup. Okay. We can start into the video a bit early today. There's not too much to talk about, so we can actually. Oh, Tetra, on Amazon they have a Warhammer 40k character encyclopedia for about $30. That's actually really cool. Wait. Hold, please. Amazon. Warhammer character encyclopedia. Oh, that is cool. Is it this one? Warhammer 40,000 encyclopedia includes Lieutenant Titus miniature. Wait, it comes with a mini? It comes with Titus? That's so, wait, what? That's so cool. Okay, putting this on throne. Hold, please. Hold, please. Hold, please. Adding to throne. Add to wish list. And it's on my wish list. That's actually really cool. Maybe I'm too much of a normie, but that when I saw that there was a little Titus in there, I'm like, absolutely, that's so cool. That's so cool. That's neat. That's neat. GG's Tatras money. I just put it on a wish list, so I'm not buying it. It's just on the wish list now, so it's not a big deal. Prediction? How many? No, I don't expect it to be funded. So don't like again. Maybe closer to Christmas. I'm not too worried. But anyway. The old Titus mini. They just gave him a Captain mini. Okay. Oh yeah, that's one of the more recent Gateway merch things from G-Dubs. Lore book with included minis. I mean, that's a cool idea. Like, that's honestly really cool. That's a good idea for business. At least I think so. I find it interesting. I think it's kind of pog. All right, so we can actually get into the video. Like I said, I don't really have too much to talk about today. It's a pretty low energy kind of day anyway, so we can just have a lot of fun. Maybe I could actually even get some more content into the videos. Like I could actually get more recordings, and wouldn't that be pog? Place your bets on DK's. Dude, I can't even begin to assume how bad DK's audio is going to be. I am going to assume it's going to be horrendous. It is going to be horrendous. Hang on. What is this one? Huh? No, I don't want this. This is... What? Why am I getting this on YouTube? No, I don't want this. No. I don't want that. Well, why? It makes me click this. No. But no. Sorry. I was trying to refresh my page and it was like, no, you're gonna get drowned in this annoying thing from YouTube. Oh, YouTube, why you gotta be so silly? Why you gotta be so silly? Okay, let me just make sure I have everything working correctly. It's an older Adric, so I'm not... Let us begin learning of the stinkiest of lads. Let us learn. Let us learn of the stinkiest of lads. How bad could it be? Dude, yeah, I'm waiting for the painful bit. Okay. Oh, by the way, what outfit do you guys want? What outfit do you want? You want normal outfit, or do you guys want a different one? It's a meme at this point, dude. I low energy day translation. I stayed up all night. I didn't play it yet. Dolphin, I have not gotten a chance to play it yet. I had my wine and I watched the rest of season 4 of Breaking Bad, and then I downloaded the game, but I didn't get a chance to play it yet. 10,000 years of no showers back. Oh no. Oh no. Did you win the coffee competition? There's not been an update yet because my rep is currently out of the office, so I'm waiting for her to get back to announce. I think I did. But I don't want to jinx myself. I'm like anxious to find out. I'm just really anxious to find out. Gillamom? I can do Gillamom. I can do Gillamom. If you guys want the sweater, I can do the sweater. So I don't know how you feel about this, but have you seen that what a GW writer is doing to the Alpha Legion in lore? In my opinion, he's ruining the lore with his new book coming out. I have not seen anything about that. I am watching a VTuber mother while in a typhoon named Wilma. I hope it won't black out. Oh my god. Hi Crims. Okay, hold on. Breaking Bad reminds me of all the videos I've seen people reacting to Los Pollos Hermanos. Alright, there we go. How's that? Okay. Let's go over here. This is good, right? Okay, let me get the video ready. Genuinely shocked you didn't play based on your I just didn't have energy, Dolphin. I edited this morning's video. Let me get the video ready. I edited this morning's video, and the problem is I just hyper fixate on my work. So my work always kind of takes the priority. That's kind of the issue with that one. So I kind of always do that. No matter how much I want to play, That kind of ends up taking precedence for me. Okay, let me turn off my music. Look at that! We're gonna have the fastest start to our actual content like ever. Fair, you do be working hard. I got to. But yeah, so I'm looking forward to this one. I'm curious to see. And yeah, we're gonna be watching the Asmon Primarch. Okay, let's see how it goes. Wait, make your bets. Is the audio going to be terrible and DK just going to be talking out, like being drowned out by the intro music? I'm going to guess yes.
Welcome, everyone, to another episode of the Adeptus Ridiculous podcast. I'm one of your hosts, DK Diamantes, and today is going to be a ridiculously awesome episode because...
It wasn't the worst, but I will say it's still pretty awful, I won't lie.
We are going to be covering the Death Guard. But before I pass it off to the superior host, Bricky, shout out to all of our new patrons over at patreon.com/Adeptus Ridiculous. It has been blowing up. Thank you for all the support. Just recently we released a really cool Sisters of Battle HD poster. So head on over to patreon.com. I think you need to be at least the $15.
I'm not gonna lie, Slaanesh Sock, the fact that you have that name, which again hurts my soul. It hurts my soul. The fact that you have that name and you're like, yeah, chilling on an oil rig while I watch this, you know. No big deal. You know, I'm working out. I'm working overseas. You know, drilling oil, watching my favorite VTuber watch Adric.
Tier, but every tier will get you stuff like Discord access. It'll get you blooper footage. It'll get you those posters. So definitely sign up today. And also, today's episode is extra special because we have our very first podcast guest. Pat stares at. Welcome to the podcast.
That's
Pat.
Cool. I didn't know they actually had guests. Okay, I'm learning something new.
Hey, guys.
Hi.
I'm glad to be here.
Hi.
I only have one real question.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's up with Warhammer?
What's up with Warhammer?
Dude, what's the deal with Warhammer?
What's the deal with it?
We're starting off strong.
Everyone's taller than the other guy.
It's just crazy. But you're here because today's episode is on the Death Guard. And you're a big fan of Death Guard, right?
I was going to say, is this guy like one of the more reputable people who plays Death Guard? Is that why they brought him on? I don't know who Pat is. I don't know if he's like a YouTuber, if he's just a friend. So I'm curious to find out what he has to bring to this.
I like Nurgle stuff, man. I like it.
You like the Stinky Boys?
I think he should reel it in a little bit lately.
What?
think he's been doing a bit of a too good job, but his aesthetic is just the coolest.
No,
it is.
Okay,
it is.
Okay. Let me throw my contrary opinion here. I don't think the rot aesthetic is that cool, but then again, I am somebody who likes cute things, so I guess that there's there's gonna be a difference on this one.
I always like the models that have like the their stomach is like a big mouth with a flopping tongue hanging out of it. It looks very, very cool. But they're decaying, stinky, awful boys. I know nothing about them except apparently Typhus has a sick model. He fucks. He's kind of like Erebus. Their Daemon Primarch dude.
Wait, so Typhus is one of his, like, lieutenants, right? Or not lieutenants, but, like, one of his, like, top people, right? Right? What do you mean Tetra is Slaanesh through and through? Because I like pretty things? That makes me Slaanesh through and oh my god. Oh my. Do you know that I actually gave you guys, at least I gave the Twitch chat, more of a choice, on, like, what kind of art they want as goals for my debut? Nobody's picking more Slaanesh stuff, thank God. Nobody is picking more Slaanesh stuff. So if I end up doing a different list for you guys, I'm afraid.
Is Mortarion, and apparently he just straight up don't die. So I suppose now would be a good time to hand it over to Bricky, so you can tell us a little bit about Death Guard.
Damn it, Shy warned me about Pat. I didn't listen. It's like, I'm gonna be up. I like Nurgle. It's cool. I'm still a little tired, and then Pat laughs at, whatever the fuck.
And Pat stares at. He stares at stuff.
He stares at stuff. He's gonna stare at some stinky ass boys.
Yeah.
Dude, these guys are smelly, and they have a nice grandpa.
Oh my god.
They do. Actually, that's a good segue. Thank you there. I need to memorize. I need to memorize the goddamn name of the segue guy again.
Why does Twitch get better things than us? They don't get better things than you. I'll give you guys a different list of goals if you guys want. I was gonna do the same list of goals, but for debut, because it's literally it's in exactly 2 weeks. Debut for the new model is in exactly 2 weeks. So I can make a different list for you guys, or I can make a joint list. If it's a joint list, the goals will be harder to achieve, because if I did a joint list, you guys will team up against me.
Because I need to constantly use that meme. Where is it? Dean Kamen.
That's a Dean Kamen right there.
For that good ass segue. I gotta be honest, after looking at a lot of the Death Guard stuff.
Embrace the beauty of decay. No, decay is not pretty.
In the tabletop world, they are a very recent faction. They came out at the start of 8th edition, which we're in 9th edition right now, so like 3 or 4 years ago or something. And they kind of came out along with Gilliman and like the Ultramarines, and so they were kind of dealing with each other and being a pain in the ass. But I never actually got into the Death Guard lore itself, and after doing this research, I gotta say, I'm a bit of a Nurgle believer. They actually have some really good lore. I'm quite impressed. I wasn't quite sure, because my favorite Chaos Space Marines factions were always the Alpha Legion and Emperor's Children. But I gotta say, this is some pretty good shit. I'll need to reread some of that Fulgrim stuff to see if I'm and that Alfarius stuff, or whatever the hell's going on with Alfarius nowadays. But
I love that anybody who likes Alfarius is just literally, whatever the hell's going on over there. I don't even know. There's so many layers of generational BS that I can't even follow. And I'm like, that is why he is the best. There are so many layers of Alfarius BS that I love him. I love him. Explain cheese then? What, because cheese is molded, therefore we're going to embrace the beauty of decay? Is it, okay, is the beauty of decay and the association with mold on cheese, is the mold on cheese really decay? Because the cheese itself is still the cheese, but it has mold growing on it. But are we referring to the mold as a decomposer in this circumstance? Because, I guess it is. But, I'm not going to say cheese is beautiful. I'm not going to say cheese is beautiful.
Children is Fulgrim?
Yeah, Slaneshi based.
Okay, yeah. He's the pretty boy that everybody memes on for being a pretty boy.
Well, they also meme on Sanguinius for being a pretty boy, but he dead.
Yeah, kind of hard for him to... Yeah.
It's Fulgrim not dead.
Boy,
Fulgrim
no!
big sneak. But actually, before we get into the Death Guard, I think we should talk a little bit about Nurgle, just like in general.
Okay.
Okay.
Is this gonna be like the first bit of Chaos God lore that I'm actually gonna learn?
That might be a good idea. What do you say, Pat? You want to learn about Grandpa?
I'm actually just stuck back with you mentioning that the Death Guard came in with the Ultramarines, and my brain has just been going, man, I fucking hate the Ultramarines this whole time. I'm so fucking sick of the Ultramarines.
He's insulting my son's Legion. What the hell?
Seems to be a common theme with people I talk to about Warhammer, because I'm fairly new Warhammer fan. It's usually like, oh yeah, who's your favorite? It's like, as long as it's not Ultramarine, people are solid. But it's like, as soon as you mention Ultramarine, a lot of people are like, God,
this hurts me.
Damn it, I'm sick of them.
This hurts
They can
me.
go get fucked, unless you're Luton. But
Well, Luton's is a big fan. The Ultramarines, people hate them. I mean, they as an army are fine. It's whatever. It's the fact that there are more named Ultramarine characters than there are Harlequin models.
Things die and rot, that rot nurtures new growth. I know the cycle of life, and I know that Nurgle feeds off the stagnation and the cycle, but he's stinky and gross. Cheese is decomposed milk. Well, that's when you're saying, like, whether or not decomposed and denatured are the same thing. All right. Anyway.
Yeah, they're overrepresented. Even
Yeah.
because I'm a secondary to the core. Like, I don't play Warhammer. I don't read Warhammer books.
Also, I want you to know, all of my little elitists who actually are the Gillamom's Blueberry tier, you are being inadvertently insulted by Pat right here. Just know that. Just know that you are being insulted by them.
Or lore. I just play the games, and if they put out like a show or whatever, I'd watch that, right? And Ultramarines are just like it feels like every time you play a Dawn of War game, when you go into multiplayer, there's the Blood Ravens, which are the faction they created for Dawn of War, and then you click down number 1, it's like, well, there's Ultramarines, the real player one.
Oof.
Always number 1. Yeah, it's not a problem with Ultramarines. It's a problem with Games Workshop selling too much Ultramarines.
Gotcha. They've oversaturated the market with Ultramarines, and now
With
everyone's sick
so
of it.
many.
Gotcha.
They just released, literally a week ago, another Ultramarines named character.
Oof.
I'm not kidding. I mean, he looks okay. It's just for his terrible haircut. But anyway, let's talk a little bit of Nurgle. There's actually a fun chant that when I clicked on the Nurgle wiki page.
Why does Nurgle have 4 boobs? Why or moobs? Why does he have 4 moobs right there? That looks really interesting.
Right now, I never read this before, but it's I don't even know how to pronounce this. It's Buboes, Bubos, something like that.
I know it's Matt
Sure.
Ward's fault. I
Bubos.
know.
Yeah, sure.
Phlegm, blood and guts, boils, bogies, rot and pus, blisters, fevers, weeping sores from the wounds, the fester pores. Chant sung by plague bearer demons during battle.
Wow.
They're very strange. So Nurgle is known by lots of things. Obviously, he's a chaos god. He was, in a sense, we believe that he always existed, but he gained his massive bloat, no pun intended, during the War in Heaven, just like Tzeentch and Corndon. And now he...
Gillamom also doesn't really like the Ultra... Shh! Details. All right, I can still appreciate my son. Okay, I can still appreciate Gilliman. He might not be my favorite Primarch, but I can still appreciate him.
He's way stronger, and his realm is way bigger than it used to be. But he's known as lots of things: Lord of Pestilence, Lord of Decay, Grandfather Nurgle is a pretty common one, and he represents all kinds of stuff: disease, decay, despair, death, anything that involves just like the breaking down and decomposition of stuff. Lots of rot and...
For context, at one point, Ultramarines had more named character models than every other Space Marine chapter combined. Not sure if that's still the case, but you see why people were a bit sick of them. There's no canon depiction of any Chaos God. No, I get that. And Warboss, first of all, thank you. No, I totally get that. I also understand the whole Matt Ward thing. Like, everybody has told me it's like Matt Ward, and there's so many, blah, 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 blah. I know the Ultramarine hate. I'm just saying, not talking, not speaking specifically from a figure standpoint, just from a conceptual lore standpoint, they're fine, right? Like they're fine. Matt Ward's not doing it anymore. It's like a stigma that was from 20 years ago that just can't be removed because they're the poster guys. Like I've seen even on the website where like there's like 1 White Scars set being released, and then there's like 4 Ultramarine ones. I get it. I do get it. Look, I want more Drakari stuff. I want Drakari things to be made, and I want more Alpha Legion stuff to be made. I get it. I really do. I just don't think that they're that bad. I just don't think that I don't think that they warrant the hate, because for a community that's so bent on like holding the line of like real lore versus fanon, they seem to be really, really affected by meme culture, because I feel like TTS gets more things pushed into false lore than like anything else, and
all that kind of thing. But the reason I want to mention Nurgle a lot, because the Chaos Gods themselves don't have a physical form. Like, you can kind of guess what they might look like, but they don't actually have a physical being. They've never been in, like, the material realm. But Nurgle, in his own right, like, the gods are, like, beings. They're...
What the hell? Ultramarines aren't even the original Blue Marines. Justice for the Crimson Fists. Well, they don't get the justice. They don't get the justice.
Not like like in real world, like people pray to a god or a deity or whatever, and obviously, they believe in like divine intervention, that kind of stuff. But like Nurgle is like a physical like threat. He will talk to people. He will fuck things up. He is as much a character as he is like a god.
Concept.
He's both.
So he intervenes.
Plenty. Nurgle himself, Tzeentch, Khorne, they all legitimately like do lots of stuff. Not just kind of being like, they're not just like a deity you would pray to or something. Like they are legitimate.
They're goobers.
Forces.
They're goobers.
They got their hands in the cookie jar. Gotcha.
Yeah, like I mean, in modern day religion, there's the discussion that that there are forces and stuff, but like there is no questioning it in the terms of Nurgle. It's everyone believes it.
It's a something that I would joke about with Wooly on our podcast, where it's like, the belief in whatever particular deity on Earth is one thing, but if I was a believer in, I don't know, Thor, and then Thor came down and fucking pointed at a tree and it exploded in lightning, and then said, hey, here, you can do it too, and gave me magic fucking powers, there'd be a lot more Thor worship around.
You know what? That's valid. That's
and
actually a really
Emperor
valid analogy.
Around.
And an emperor was like, hey, don't do that. Don't do that. And then they did it.
And they did it anyway.
So
You're offering
I
me
think our
unbelievable
story, if
power?
you guys are ready to get going, we can start off with the Death Guard and where their beginnings entail.
So I was curious, how did Nurgle's little section of the warp bloat? Because was Slaanesh the one that like the Eldar murder fucked so much that he would just bloat it up and he just went crazy and then he just big sucked them all into oblivion or something?
Yeah. So like when we mentioned before, there's that thing where a lot of us just don't really understand the warp because that's.
So if I get this correct though, with Nurgle, he benefits secondarily from almost all the other Chaos Gods, right? Because if Khorne kills people, or if Khorne's armies kill people, the dead then power Nurgle. So every time Khorne gains power from the conflict, Nurgle would gain power from the death that happens from the conflict, right? Right? Huh.
Kind of one of those things that you don't want to over-explain because then it becomes a problem. But the warp is assumed that it's always like the yin and the yang to the material world. We're living in the material world. The warp is the opposite of it. And in the immaterium, that's like where souls go, where all your thoughts go, all that stuff. And there's tons of places in the warp.
He's a
But
freeloader, that
there
fits.
was an area way back when called the Realm of Chaos. And it existed, the Chaos Gods, Khorne, Tzeentch, and Nurgle. And what happened is that, the Necrons were like, yo, genocide, yahoo, and went out and had their, like, God knows how long war with the old ones where they committed just horrible atrocities and in the trillions people were murdered. And it's just this, like, magnitude of death is what sent so many souls to the warp and then kind of bloated those main three up. Because a lot of times now, the warp is like, if you're in the warp, you're going to get murdered by demons. The idea was way back in the day, if you were in the warp, you were just in the warp, don't go to the demon ghetto section of the warp.
My
Like,
God.
don't go down the demon alley. But now we've gone from the bad alley in Boston to, this is all Compton. Like, it's, the warp
It's
is all fucked
Compton!
All right.
That's
Good analogy.
That is an
That's the
insane,
best I got right now.
insane
I just
analogy.
see the Marine ship entering the warp with a big sign that says, "You're now entering Detroit," or Philly.
Yeah, Philly makes sense.
Yeah, Philly.
Hey, I like Philly. My mom's side's from Philly. I'll do Detroit. I'm down for Detroit.
Detroit, yeah,
Nah,
I'm all down with Detroit. Yeah.
Nah, the warp
That's
is
an
Philadelphia.
easy one. Philly is like going in like a dark Eldar area. Go through actually, that's probably.
Well, that's great praise for a town.
Yeah, it's great. It's more dark Eldari, so it's a little better. It's like, wait a minute, that's not a compliment.
No. It is to them. They're like, yeah, we're doing well.
Yes.
So let's start off way back. Let's talk Mortarion. So,
The power of the individual gods wax and wane. Nurgle is generally pretty strong because life and death is a universal truth. That's what I would kind of like figure. I really would. Also, I just saw this in my periphery. Because I have the Blueberry chat open on one of my monitors. If you guys do join Blueberry, please let either one of my mods know as well, because then they could put you in that chat as well. Because if I'm streaming, I can't obviously put you in the chat from the Discord, so just let them know. But yeah.
Mortarion, he's also known as the Pale King, or the Death Lord, or the Prince of Decay, because, you know, fuck it. I'm not sure, I know you know him as DK, but just in case Pat doesn't.
Also known as a class of ancient Roman pottery kitchen vessels.
What the fuck?
What?
Mortarium was a class of ancient Roman pottery vessels. They're hemispherical or conical bowls.
Oh.
Commonly with heavy phalanges.
Not
phalanges. In all fairness, Shy does have a picture in the recording studio chat of Nurgle next to this big pot that he's stirring around like a, you know, I don't know. Yeah,
that's so sweet. They named the Chaos Man after this bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where they got it.
I guess you could say we're all bowled over by that.
This screams like them taking like a Latin root word like mort for death.
I just want to believe that he is the Walter White of the Primarchs. I know that it's because I'm currently watching Breaking Bad. Also, please don't spoil anything. But like, I legitimately just want to believe he's the Walter White of Primarchs, and he's just like, yeah, science.
Death, and just going, what if we added Arium to it?
Oh, Pat. Oh, I'm so sad that you don't know a lot about Games Workshop's naming nomenclature.
Well, I know that they're British.
That's like all of it. It's all of that.
So you got to read all of it with like a silly voice. Like,
I mean, one of the dudes we're talking about. Oh God, one of the dudes we're talking about, his name's Erebus. You know, Erebus is like Greek. You know.
I do.
There's Horus. You know, Egyptian.
Yeah.
That's funny. Anywho, with the bowls out of the way,
Typhus, we need to cook.
Mortarion. So way back when, remember the Emperor made the 20 Primarchs, right? And then Tzeentch or somebody was like, yoink, and just yeeted them out into different areas. Now Mortarion did not draw a good straw, so he was yeeted to a planet known as Barbarous. And Barbarous was a hunter-gatherer world, completely stricken by a massive, heavy, poisonous fog. And it was ruled by Necromancer Xenos race, or like a mutant Necromancer race.
Really?
The humans that were there were the submissive group, constantly stuck in little valleys that weren't poisonous. Because it was kind of one of those things like the higher up you go, the worse the poison. Mm-hmm. And in this group of just because they were constantly fighting each other. The subservient humans were always like being kind of belittled, and they were the running away group, where the necromancer mutant guys were constantly fucking them up. And eventually, in a giant pile of dead human bodies, this one guy, that one of the major Xenos overlords, saw a crying baby who was just fucking wailing his ass off. And this baby was like in the poisonous fog.
Oh.
That should absolutely have killed him. And so this guy was like, huh, that's weird. And took him in and named him Mortarion, or Child of Death. And now Mortarion, he kind of wanted to like understand his purpose and stuff. Mm-hmm. So after years of being raised by this like necromancer mutant Xenos guy, eventually he was like, nuh-uh. I'm tired of this. I want my own answers. Because he was basically raised in a cage.
Oh.
He was basically like raised as a prisoner. So he eventually broke.
I mean, if you were in by like 3 years old, he's big enough to get out of there and destroy everybody, right? Like that's roughly how it would be.
Free from this weird Xenos palace, and he saved a bunch of caravans, or like a caravan of humans who were about to be.
Wait, is he a baby when he breaks 3?
No. This is after he's been like raised for a long time, like many years.
All right.
No, he wasn't a baby. That
he was a baby
badass though.
I mean, he could be 3 years
old.
old.
Like rattle, he just like cracks the fucking bar of his cell. No, after enough time, like the Xenos guy, like raised him, kind of like made him like a warrior, taught him lots of things, made him much smarter. But then eventually he kind of realized to himself, like, hey, this is a bad deal. So he broke free and he found a bunch of humans that were actually being shepherded up the mountain to be used for experiments. And he saved their lives because he wanted to save the humans' lives. And one of them was a guy named Callus Typhon, which sounds a lot close.
That's his first captain.
Typhus,
Okay,
yeah, that sounds real close to coincidence.
But a lot of the people that he saved.
Is Typhon different than typhus? Wait a minute. Huh.
Considering that he had like a freak. He had no hair of any kind. He was pale as fuck, and his skin was all crackled. Like he had like permanent chapped lips. Like he was that kind of looking guy. He was like super pale.
Mortarion was the second most powerful psyker among the Primarchs. He hated magic because of his upbringing, biggest hypocrite in Warhammer. I mean, we don't have to go into who I think is the biggest hypocrite in Warhammer, but yeah, Mortarion definitely seems a little bit hypocritical if that's the case. But I'm interested to see where it goes. Also, thank you.
Yeah, he looked like he was super sickly. He's just he's a very unattractive man. Mortarion might be on the list of like worst looking Primarchs in terms of like attractiveness.
Ooh. Yeah, he doesn't sound well.
No. He was raised on a poisonous
Fulgrim-like character. He's
Fulgrim. Oof, not even a contest.
Yeah.
But to prove his worth, because the humans didn't really trust his ass, because he came from the Xenos group. So to prove his worth, he killed a whole bunch of people trying to kill the humans, a bunch of mutant enemies and other necromancer dudes with this really big harvesting scythe, which is kind of where he started using that scythe as like his main weapon. So as time went on and years passed, he trained his group of humans. Now kind of like this like revolutionary outcast group, right?
Also, I'm judging by chat. You guys hate Typhus as much as you guys hate Erebus, or in that same vein, because a lot of people are like, Typhus, we don't like you. So I'm just making that assumption.
Trained them, taught them in battle. He taught them how to be really good with like combat and their doctrines, and they eventually became his quote unquote death guard. That was how he kind of named. Hey, it's the words.
Hey, it's the word of the day.
The death. Those are 2 words.
Whatever, you get the idea.
So he kind of created this little group of Barbarous. And with this whole group, they kind of really understood the idea of like really big resilience, right? Like super good at withstanding the horrible climate of Barbarous and the poison and dealing with the enemies. And eventually, after some time, he really cleaned house. In fact, helping them constantly gain resistance to like the poison and stuff. The only place he could not take over was the highest peak, the highest mountain in all of Barbarous, where his current adoptive father still resided.
Right, because the poison's so much worse up there, right?
The stinky
so much higher up.
Yeah, the higher up you go, it's just so much more difficult to deal with. So eventually, this dude arrived. I'll give you 3 guesses.
This dude arrives?
Yeah, this dude.
Big
representative from the Imperium.
Wait. What type of shenanigans will Big E get into today? Will he BS his way into tricking Mortarion to join him? Will he brutally kill Mortarion's adoptive father to make him like him? What will he do?
The Emperor arrived.
Oh, just straight up Emps showed up?
Oh, yeah.
How did
big Great
DK
Crusade,
not...
and he was like finding his
that's right. He
Primarchs.
was trying to find his boys. That's right. Okay, that makes sense.
He was certainly from the Imperium. So the Emperor arrived at Mortarion, and Mortarion was seeing this like clad in golden armor demigod, and he was kind of not stoked by it because he was looking at him and he was like he has this the Death Guard Mortarion has this idea of like the chains that go around your ankles are the greatest sin. Like being subservient is worse than death. This like huge hatred of that because all the humans were basically like servants.
That sounds terrible for like a military power structure.
Being in chains is worse than death.
Yeah.
Yes, but well, being like a slave, maybe not like.
Okay.
Sorry, that's a.
I was gonna say, considering the upbringing of the humans on this planet, I could see that mentality being pretty prevalent for them.
Bad way to put it. Yeah, not like being below someone, but like being forced to serve someone you dislike. Well, that still doesn't work either. But don't be a slave. Yeah, basically any kind of slaves or chain, like binding.
Slavery is bad. Got it.
Slavery is bad. Mortarion is pretty woke. So with Woktarion, he basically talked to. He talked to the Emperor, and the Emperor gave him this kind of ultimatum, because he said, "Hey, listen, buddy, if you
pal, I got you.
proven yourself strong enough and powerful enough, and if you can go up there and kill your father, your adoptive father, whomst you hate so much, I will leave, and you can do what you want. But if you can't, you will all serve me and my Imperium." And that was kind of the way the Emperor tried to get Mortarion on his side, and so. Mortarion was like,
bruh, okay, alright. You know what? Already makes sense why Mortarion hates him. It already makes sense why Mortarion has a problem with him. That is the dickest way that he has come to this planet. Like, Big E has been a dick to every one of the Primarchs, almost every one of the Primarchs, right? Like, he has been an absolute dick to almost all of them. This is the one that if I was in Mortarion's shoe, I'd be like, F you, I'm going up there, I'll choke to death. I ain't following you.
yo, fuck you, Dad.
Yes!
Not the Emperor, the other dad. Well, kind of fuck them both, if I'm being honest. But,
damn
so
it.
he made his way up the mountain.
Yes.
And before he was even able, like, he was a couple steps away from the front gates, his armor just started, like, corroding and rotting off of it itself.
Oh my god,
started,
you know
like,
what?
his skin's...
You know what? He gets props for that middle finger he gave Big E here. I'm sorry. He gets props for going up the mountain.
started slowly like crack and flay, and he was just kind of outside the gates, like just miserable and like screaming for his adoptive father. Jesus. And like to get down here and fight him. But he was just not, you know that part in SpongeBob where Patrick is in like the Sandy's dome and he's like, "You'll be fine," and he starts like coughing because he has no air, and he's like, "What kind of place is this?" No.
Are we? Well, so I'm not a big SpongeBob fan.
Oh my god.
Are we connecting SpongeBob and the Death Guard Mortarion right now?
It's all there, man.
I like the metaphors. They help.
I've not seen it before.
God damn it. Does Shy at least know this part? Please tell me you know this part. How do you not know this part? Someone's got to know this part.
I bet you our listeners know exactly what you're talking about. I never watched SpongeBob. It was after my time, man.
After your time?
Yeah.
It's ongoing right now.
How is it after DK's time? SpongeBob came out over 20 years ago. I think SpongeBob came out like over 25 years ago, no? It's an old show. Like I'm pretty sure it's not before DK's time. Hey, wait, is Tetra a disciple of Graham? No, absolutely not. I like corn. Chat likes to say I like Slanesh. So I was going to say, if you're going to align me with somebody, it's either corn or Slanesh, I guess. But no, I'm not a fan of Nurgle. I just like how spiteful Mortarion's being so far. I don't like the design elements of Nurgle and the Rot, but and I've seen the Mortarion figure for 40k. It's not my cup of tea either. But right now, I just kind of like the spite that he threw at Big E and started climbing the mountain and started melting. So you know that's all good. No, I honestly, at this point, after watching so much of DK, and again, I have to always give the asterisk of I like DK, but I do think that DK is deliberately a rage baiter. It feels like he is. It feels like he's a rage baiter.
Oh,
is it?
Yeah, it's still making episodes.
Yeah, well, I you know what? I never liked it. All right.
Well, Sponge Boy me Bob, let's go serve Nurgle. So anyway,
now we found out who's really sick.
I've got the suds, which you don't get either because you don't watch SpongeBob. Okay, basically, he was getting up there, going up to talk to his adoptive dad, and then good old Emps just kind of stepped his way up there with absolutely no fucking like respite or care, and just sliced his dad's head in two, and was just like one swipe of his sword. And so naturally, you know, now they have to serve the Emperor because he couldn't do it himself. Mortarion couldn't, and the Emperor just like easily walked his way up and killed him.
Yeah.
However, Mortarion was not happy about this. He like there was nothing more important to him than proving himself better than his adoptive father, to show how far he's come and just how much stronger he was.
I would not be
I'm
satisfied
actually
by this
unfortunately
one
having
at
to
all.
really like lower this because like lower the importance of this because like this is a pretty big fucking deal, but obviously we're Adeptus Ridiculous, not
Morning. This was kind of shit as the tallest planet on the mountain and the most toxic mountain in which why he was dying with no training or no help. Well, obviously that was why I was saying that like I actually love the fact that he still tried to climb the mountain despite Big E, because this was one of the most douchey ways that Big E has actually tried to take one of his kids. I actually this is actually one of the more interesting upbringings so far. Like one of the most interesting origins that we've talked about so that in these Adric episodes. So right now Mortarion is getting points. Like he is getting points. He's already above like 3 or 4 of the Primarchs just from this intro bit.
Adeptus everything. But like M's like stealing his kill is so pivotal in Mortarion's grudge, because Mortarion had this long-going grudge with the Emperor because of that. He was not happy.
Right.
This feels like a god.
I'm really surprised that you guys think that I would hate Mortarion so much if he's like this his entire story. Like, do you guys recall the fact that I literally fueled my entire coffee sales for my product by expressing how it was through spite? Like, do you guys forget who I am? Like, do you guys forget how spiteful I am?
Looking at this situation, going, like, literally dying of poison on the ground, going, I could have done that if I wanted. You didn't have to do. You know.
I ain't hear no bell.
I had that under control.
A little bit, but I think he would have rather just left and kept on trying to get stronger and try again. Like, it's less about getting it then, more about just being able to do it. Proving himself better.
So Ems thought he was gonna go in there, kill the adoptive father, and then Mortarion was just gonna be like, oh, well, yeah, sure, you did it. Man, you're so strong, I love you.
Wow, look at this guy, he's a fucking badass. Wow.
Yeah, he's so cool. But really, Mortarion was just like, you motherfucking kill stealer.
Well, not
And
sort of.
grudged him forever?
Sort of. The Emperor probably knew he couldn't do it, which is why he was like, hey, if you could do it, I'll leave you alone. But if you can't, you're joining me. And he saw him, like, he was like on his hands and knees. And his dad came out of the gates to go kill Mortarion. And so the Emperor just kind of stepped up after that and was like, nah. So he kind of knew what was gonna happen, but Mortarion really wanted that kill. But anyway, now that they're part of the Imperium, they took.
But just think about this. Think of like old Call of Duty. Think of old Call of Duty. Think about you're on a kill streak. You're about to get that 25th kill. You're about to get the mini nuke. You finally are going to have that opportunity. You're going to have that dopamine rush of being able to press the button and completely kill the field and win the game for your team. And just when you're about to do it, your friend comes in going, Leroy Jenkins, and fucking runs in and stabs the person you're trying to kill. And then after that, you get killed and lose your chance at the kill streak. That's how Mortarion probably feels right now. That's probably how Mortarion feels right now. The biggest cuck in Warhammer at this stage.
A whole bunch of people from Earth. And kind of because like he brought a lot of guys with him, the Emperor, to like supply the Space Marine legions. And so in the beginning, he had like a big amount of Terran Earth Space Marines with him, but Mortarion naturally wanted his barbarous kind of guys.
I want my stinky boys.
Yeah, he wants his own boys. They were trained under him. They're his friends. So he made them. I forget the actual name because the Death Guard had a different name beforehand. But Mortarion renamed his Space Marine Legion to the Death Guard, and he bolstered up a huge amount of his numbers using his barbarous guys. And Oh, was it Dusk Raiders? No, I think Dusk Raiders was the name of the...
To be clear, Morty wasn't going to win. Yeah, no, I get that. But again, think of my same analogy that I just made. If you die to the enemy team before you get that kill steal, you'll be annoyed, but you don't feel as annoyed as when you see your teammate who knows that you're about to get that kill take it from you. That feels so much worse. It feels so much worse to be kill stole than to actually get murked by the enemy team. At least in my opinion, when you used to play old COD. That's just my take. Again, it's not set in stone, just how I feel.
Was the name of the barbarous group. It doesn't matter. Point being, to the Death Guard now. And before he set out to do his great crusade, he says, and I quote, "You are my unbroken blades, you are the Death Guard, by your hand shall justice be delivered, and doom shall stalk 1,000 worlds." And guess who became first captain?
Typhus, or Typhon.
That Kalis, bro.
Yeah, Typhus.
Typhus,
Our boy, Typhus. First captain, Typhus of the Death Guard. So, with this, he set off on his Great Crusade. And if we remember the Great Crusade, it was when each Primarch would have to make a whole bunch of worlds for them. And to, really get more things for the Emperor. Remember Lorgar was doing really bad at it because he turned everything into a fucking church?
Yep.
Yep.
And then he got wrecked.
Yep.
Hard.
So, Mortarion believed, like I said earlier, that shackling humanity, anyone who has that concept is to be outright destroyed. And that any kind of barbarism like that is the greatest sin of all. And he truly built up his Death Guard to be insanely tanky. Just extremely tough. They're genetically really good at stopping things like poison or like bioweapon attacks because of their old home planet. They're just super disgustingly resilient.
Wait, can the Death Guard survive a virus bomb? Can the Death Guard sustain themselves through a virus bomb on a planet? Because I remember in the Rylanor video, right? That's one of the ways that they not an exterminatus, but they virus bombed one of the massive conflicts between Chaos and Loyalist. But can the Death Guard, if they're so resilient, are they able to actually survive that? Besides the revenge steal, to Morty, Big E just replaced a tyrant with another tyrant. That's how I would see it too. That's how I would see it too. No. Oh, okay. Well, def now, but then kind of. Nope, no, and maybe. They can now. No way. No, depends. No. Okay. I was just asking.
Which
I want to
is
learn.
a joke because
I don't know the severity of a virus bomb.
They have a special rule called disgustingly resilient.
Yeah.
so that's the thing. It gives them like -1 damage. It's actually really good. But disgustingly resilient was the whole idea behind his Death Guard. And basically with the prevailing conditions on Barbarous, and it was having so many different foul beings of the mutants and stuff still kind of stalking in different areas, there was a constant talk from the Earth-based Space Marines that they were maybe we should have just euthanized or just removed all of the people on Barbarous to a cleaner world so they wouldn't have that much of an issue and so their future generations can be happier. And Mortarion was like, excuse me? Excuse me the fuck?
That planet's a shithole, dude.
It is, but
it's his shithole.
Excuse me, it's my shithole.
It makes them super resilient too, right? Isn't that the whole point?
Well,
Is
it's
that because they're there, they're super resilient and they don't have to...
Well, it's like genes, so many generations of having to deal with a fucking planet of poisonous fog. Mm-hmm. You just get really good at it, But yeah,
it's a good thing.
Only demons and demon princes can survive. Didn't Rylanor survive a virus bomb? Didn't he literally get virus bombed? Wasn't that the thing that was insane about him? Or was it because he was underneath a planet or underneath the surface when it got virus bombed that he survived?
Everyone else was like, dude, just leave it. And he's like, no, I like it. And he believes that the warriors that come from Barbarous are just straight up stronger. Mm-hmm. We haven't talked about Catachin yet, but there's an Imperial Guard world called Catachin. It's basically a jungle where every single plant and animal is carnivorous. And it's
you've mentioned that before.
Yeah, they're all like Rambo.
I can't wait to see Space Australia.
They're all really fucking big meathead looking dudes, just through generations of having to live on this planet. Darwinism, that whole deal.
Yeah, evolution.
Yeah, evolution. That's the word. That's the word. I'm too.
got
I
you.
got the stinkies going to my brain. But through time, became a kind of like a rift between like the Earth Death Guard and the Barbarous Death Guard, right? And if Mortarion could only have barbarous troops, he would, but he doesn't. However, do you remember the Battle of Isstvan 3? The Battle of Isstvan
totally.
5 was the Drop Site Massacre. I remember you remember that one.
Isstvan 5 was the Rylodor one, right? Not 3. I think. Right? Right?
Pat, do you know this one?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so we only got to worry about Isstvan 3 then. So this is the part, if DK to remind you and to our viewers, is the part where Horus was like, okay, there's about 1/3 of our group that's still Emperor worthy. We're going to send them down to this planet and then virus bomb them.
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh, no, that is
So,
3. Oh, this is the
basically-
Rylodor one.
Yeah, it's like, oh, damn, they found me out. I was really loyal to the Emperor, and now I'm going to
Yep.
bomb you.
Yeah,
Bye-bye,
you're right. Yeah, this
loyalists.
is 3.
So, actually, before we jump into that real fast, Mortarion and Horus, specifically during the Great Crusade, were both really good tacticians. Basically, the idea was that the super resilient Death Guard would go in, wear the enemy down, draw their fire, and then Horus would just come in for the kill. And they were really good at it.
Damn.
They grew rather close, actually, really close. Mortarion was this weird, pale, hairless man with a breathing apparatus and a big scythe, and Horus was one of the only Primarchs who was like, hey, you're my buddy. You're my brother.
You're my
I love
pal.
you, man.
A virus bomb. Imagine if all the air on a planet turns into pure acid for everything organic and then biological matter into mush. Thank you. That explains it pretty vividly. Thank you, Dan.
Aw.
And because, Horus was awesome before everything went downhill.
Yeah.
So, by the time Horus had his issue and run in with Erebus and such, like, having Mortarion swap sides to Horus to help with the heresy did not take much convincing.
Oh yeah.
He
I would
already-
imagine. Yeah.
Yeah, he already hated the Emperor for what he did, and he was tired of the damn Earth troops. Like, it didn't take much convincing to just get him on his side to eventually be a part of the heresy. So, naturally, when they did Isstvan 3, that 1/3 of the Death Guard army, that 1/3 that was from Terran, that were Earth dudes, were the ones that were sent down to the planets.
How many years was Mortarion under Big E before he turned? Like, how much time? Because they don't really elaborate. I'm sure they do in the books, but like the only real jump of time that I seem to know, like the Horus Heresy took place over a decade, roughly, right? And then you have, or at least the Battle of Acadia took like a decade. So I don't know how long the Horus Heresy was. I'm sure the Horus Heresy was over 100 years, knowing how everything in this is like really spaced out. But was it centuries or a singular century? Because I remember the Battle of Acadia was like 7-8 years, right? Yeah, I didn't mean to say the Horus Heresy. Before anybody immediately starts saying the Horus Heresy was not 7 years, I meant the Battle of Acadia was like 7-ish years, right? The Crusades about 200 years. Okay. So now, assuming that's the case, so he was under the Emperor for a few centuries beforehand. So Mortarion was with the Emperor for a few hundred years and then turned on him. Wait, so the Horus Heresy is okay. Crusade 200 years and the heresy was 9 years. Okay, so then I did. Okay, so then my mistake was actually correct. I love that. Okay, no, I actually thought that the heresy was like 100 years, and I thought the Battle of Acadia was like 7-8 years. So the heresy was 9 years, and the crusade to find all of his kids were 200 years, and he found. I guess he found Mortarion in the earlier years of it, right? Great Crusade was 200-ish years, and he wasn't one of the last found, so probably a good century or so. So he sat for 100 years brooding, being like, I wait for the opportunity to give the middle finger to my dad. Respect.
Surface, and then virus bombed into oblivion.
Yep, I have no problem seeing that one. That, like you said, it probably wasn't a long conversation. It was like, you wanna fuck up the Emperor? Yup.
Yeah.
Yep. And also,
Sure.
yeah, there's actually a great thing that I didn't really mention that Shai greatly reminded me of. Mortarion disdains psychers. Like, hates them. He hates them. And also, it's mainly because the dudes on this planet, the necromancers, they were necromancers because they were, like, often, like, psyker-based or, like, warp magic.
Yeah.
So they used them to make people subservient. And when Horus went to said the Emperor used the warp and stuff and was a psyker, Morty was like, wow, I knew it. What a douche.
Yeah, I mean, just when you think that he probably couldn't hate the Emperor more than he did, oops, all warp magic.
Oops, all psychers.
Yes.
So basically, Mortarion sent down that 1/3 to the ground and virus bombed the shit out of them. However, there was a slight issue with that one dude, Nathaniel Garrow. He was part of that Death Guard ship, and he was able to flee and like warn everybody.
Oh, okay.
That was like the big move that really helped out. Long story short on that one is that basically Typhus was like, I found this cool rival guy named like Grulgor.
Grulgor?
He's like
What
a
kind of
rival
name
to
is
Garo.
that?
And Grulgor was super like chaosy. And he decided to put them both on the same ship as the Garo guy, just in case, because he didn't trust the Garo guy. But Grulgor was found out and murdered, and then the Garo guy fled, and Typhus tried to get him, but he wasn't able to.
Stinky Typhus.
Yeah, basically, if that Nathaniel Garrow guy didn't escape the Death Guard ship, the Einstein, this is a huge deal, but I've already talked about it. If he didn't escape it, like, Emperor may have lost, because the ability to warn everybody was a huge deal. Like, he fled, and he told everyone, like, yo, people are turning. And without that, they may have been, like, woefully unprepared for the upcoming
Emperor,
fights.
you might want to take a look at your boy Horus.
Being a little bad, a little mean. He's
A little mean, yeah, just a little.
he got stabbed, and some douchebag named Erebus was like, "Yo, here's the future, man."
Oh, we're talking about the poop knife
So-
again. Yeah,
He
stabbed by a
didn't see
poop
his
knife.
future, and yeah. Anyway.
No, because he didn't have a future.
Ooh. Sick
So-
burn, dude.
Let's talk about Typhus a little bit.
Okay.
So, this is the quote unquote Typhus the Traveler. Look upon me and know that I can slay you at will. You have no defense save one, to look into the darkness at the back of your own mind. There you will find Father Nurgle waiting to offer you life in return for your submission. Deny him, and you are mine. So Typhus, unfortunately,
He's a join or die kind.
was born a psyker. Now,
Oh my god.
he, unfortunately,
Tell me more. Does Mortarion at least hate Typhus? Or like, does Typhus hide that from him in the beginning? Because I would assume Mortarion would not make the captain of his guard a psyker. I would just assume.
Unfortunately, being a psyker would have lots of problems. Things would like smash around and move when he walks by. Like plants would just wither and die with a glance.
Oh my god.
He grew up not in a great state because, well, yeah. And he was also, kind of stuck in a valley of a poisonous planet, and things weren't great for good old Typhy. The Death Guard, naturally, because they hated psychers so much, he had to hide this. He had to hide his potential the best he could. But Typhus, once he became a Marine, he was so good in battle. He also had like a little scythe thing called the Man Reaper.
The Man
And
Reaper.
He was fantastic. I know, right? I know.
Yeah, that's a name for a weapon.
Well, I mean, at least it's like Mortarion's scythe is called Silence. Just
See,
called
that's kind of like
Silence.
edgy. Like I get it.
That's classy. I like that.
Yeah, that's a classy name. Man Reaper is just like, what are you, 14? Like, you just first
Typhus had to hide himself. No one understood him.
baby's first trip to Hot Topic. I'm gonna call it the Man Reaper. Like
Typhus, the Lord of the Destroyer Hive, host of the Destroyer Hive. Sorry, that's his full title. So he actually was pretty selflessly heroic. In fact, one time he saved an entire group of Sisters of Silence.
Wow.
Which are the ones that make psychers want to kill themselves by jumping on a grenade that jumped near them, and it blew up in his chest. And after a week in the hospital, he was able to make himself out. But he, a psyker, went to those people that make you want to like claw your eyes out by being just even near them.
Jeez.
And he jumped on a grenade, literally. Like what a cool guy.
Or did he jump on the grenade
cool.
because he was near them?
He doesn't sound like the fucker that I've been led to believe that he is. Also, how did he even like? Can you, if you're a psyker, can you function around those sisters? Or does it just make your mind go wonky? Okay, so
yeah, absolutely not. They completely nullify everything. They make it really, really bad. Even in game, you can't even like hit them with psychic powers. Like it's impossible.
Oh, really?
You are unallowed to. It's pretty nutty.
That's actually kind of wild.
But he, at some time, Typhus, he met with somebody. You want to guess who that somebody is?
Who Typhus met with?
Yeah. It's who you think it is.
It's who it's gotta be either like Mortarion or Horus, I guess.
Oh no!
How?
It was Erebus.
DK, come on.
Oh, it was Erebus. Of course it was Erebus.
Look at the quirky little guy.
Erebus is here.
Man with the poop knife himself.
Episode.
Hey, everybody in chat, do we have the obligatory F. Harris? F. Erebus? I know how much you guys want to say it. I know he's on the screen. I'm waiting for the F. Erebus. Come on, get it out of your system. Come on, chat, get it out of your system. I'm waiting. I know it's coming. The chainsaw scythe named Silence. I love everything. Oh, okay. All right, back to the video. I will also see now just how long the delay is, because saying F. Erebus takes about 30 seconds, and then we'll just start seeing... Yeah, there we go. There's the chat. Yeah. Yep. There's the delay. There is a perfect litmus of how long the delay is between me speaking and you guys receiving, because that is absolutely everybody in chat. My God. All right, back to the video.
How could I not?
Now I'm gonna look up Erebus.
Erebus is a fucker.
Yeah, Erebus is the worst fucker. Everything that is wrong is partially Erebus's fault.
Yeah, basically, Erebus gave Horus a vision of chaos that turned him chaos. He screwed up like Lorgar, which made him really angry. Like, I would say that the person whose greatest fault it is
there a video on Erebus as to like what made him such an insufferable individual? Because I kind of want to know, like, what made Erebus the absurdly hateable pain in the butt that he is. Because, like, you said that even his name is not his. Like, I want to know what the heck. I know he poop knifes Horus. But I mean, like, origin-wise, how did this guy just come to be the most insufferable character, like, ever conceived? So that I want to see. That I just want to see.
Lorgar and the Emperor for why everything went to shit, but good old Erebus is pretty up there on the blame.
Also, it's all his fault. Got it.
Easy.
Yes, it's
it's also Magnus's fault, but that's a different deal.
What? No, Magnus did nothing wrong. Stop it.
I've heard that one before.
Yeah, by me.
Yeah, and most of the internet.
Karn proceeds to destroy Erebus.
But Typhus, basically, he joined Erebus in this thing he had called the Seven Pillared Lodge, and Erebus showed him a vision of what he could be if he stopped hiding his psychic powers and he stopped hiding his potential. And he saw himself at the height of what he could do and not being constrained by the hypocrite of an emperor saying that never to use psychic powers when he himself is using psychic powers and all this stuff. And like, yeah, it's about right. Emperor was kind of a bad dad.
Yeah, he was the worst dad of ever. Just the worst dad, period.
He's pretty up there on bad dad medals. But so naturally at that point, after that Erebus meeting, that's really when he was like, okay, I'm not serving the Emperor or Mortarion. I'm serving someone new. So that's where he probably truly actually went over to Chaos.
Yeah.
And then after that whole situation with Garo and Grulgor and all that crap, and basically the Isstvan 3 virus bombing, Typhus took it upon himself to murder.
Erebus has a tier labeled F Erebus. Typhon is just a-hole tier. Oh.
All of the navigators aboard the ship. And the navigators are the guys who just, they like to see through the warp and they allow them to make their way around, pretty standard stuff. Unfortunately, by killing them all, Now, of course, Mortarion loathed Psychers, but they needed to move. They needed to get out of there because
You gotta fly the fucking ship, man.
Yeah, it was wartime. Like
Right.
this, like right after this happened, they went to go do the drop site massacre, and then right after that was like the siege of Terra. Like they got to scoot. So basically, Typhus was like, "Hey, Mortarion, I am a psyker. You know, like
my
you know
God,
this.
that's how he
I've
reveals
been
it?
keeping it like kind of under wraps, but I can fly the ship. Don't worry."
And I'm cool, you know me.
Yeah, you have a good friend. You know, I look a little bit greasy, but I don't look that bad. You know, get a couple shaves. I could look all right. And so Mortarion was like, fine, whatever, fucking do it, dude. And this is truly the giant turning point of the Death Guard, because navigating into the warp, Typhus threw them directly into the hands of Nurgle himself.
Oh,
And-
did he?
What a
did.
dick!
He helped navigate them through the warp directly into the grasp of Grandfather Nurgle. And right as that happened, this is truly like what's known as the doom of the Death Guard. The entirety of the Legion was subjected to a horrible infection called the Destroyer Plague and Nurgle's Rot. And these big, fat, dog-sized flies buzz through the entirety like a fog through all the ships, stinging and biting different kinds of the warriors, and their flesh turning into like a jelly. The venom sting caused their flesh to boil and have gross. Their bellies started to grow yellow and break through their armor like jaundice.
Typhus is a dickhead! Oh my god!
And distend. Their eyes would like run out of their sockets like an egg. Their power armor would be grafted on their arms. They spawn boils and they're like full body scabs and pus. But the worst part about this whole thing is that, well, two things. One, Typhus got the best of it. He was rewarded heavily. He swelled up huge. His skin fused to his armor. Giant funnels of bone came from the back of his body and poured out thousands of flies, gnawing at the inside of his body. And he now is basically a moving, walking, a hive of insects, which is
I hate it. I hate it. Erebus loved playing the scorpion game. As a child, he would cut the legs off a scorpion to make them go in the direction. In his mind, he called the heresy the scorpion game. Dude, he's a sicko too. But dude, what? Bruh, I hate Typhus. What the hell?
why he's called the Destroyer Hive. It is super nasty. It is super nasty.
I didn't know he turned into a literal walking hive.
Yep, that's why he's
I knew
host
they
of the
were-
Destroyer Hive.
Yeah, now the name makes sense.
He's nasty. He is nasty. They're gigantic, like it literally looks like smoke with the thickness of flies and bugs that can fly towards you. And they imagine
I would assume that his entire body is in excruciating pain in perpetuity. Like that sounds vile.
entire cloud, but like a cloud where it just looks like smoke from a fire, but it's actually a bunch of tiny wasps that are coming in there to give you like AIDS.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm good, man.
No,
Typhus is very good. He's
awful.
stoked. He is so stoked.
I was gonna say, what are the bugs that come out of him actually? Do they just like give you like disease and rot and make your skin melt, or
Pretty
like
much.
is there a specific like tabletop? Well, you might talk about the tabletop stuff later.
Yeah, I could mention that a little bit, but overall, it just like melts through anything, flesh eating, just like pestilence. Like Typhus loves to have tons of contagions. He loves having millions of different kinds of diseases.
What is wrong with Typhus, dude? What is this? Also, thank you so much for the gift to Edom. Oh, Edom, enjoy membership, enjoy the emotes. Dude, Typhus is a sicko.
He likes to experiment. He's all about it. But
God.
of
You
course,
really don't want to meet Typhus on the battlefield. You really
fuck
don't.
no. No way. He alone has caused so many problems.
Jeez.
Nurgle takes
But
away the pain.
with
Okay.
all of this, there was one horrible aluminum lining. All right. So the biggest issue that possessed itself in this situation was that the Death Guard, being the Death Guard, were so damn resilient. And so taking up this entire amount of rot and pain and stuff, they weren't dying. They were being transformed and deformed and fucked with, but they wouldn't die. So it was just this constant, never-ending pain. And Mortarion was there, and he was watching this whole thing. And Nurgle himself reached out and was like, pledge yourself to me, and I will make it stop.
Boy, that's a hard one to refuse.
He certainly didn't. And so with that, Mortarion, he not just pledged him pledge the Legion to him, but like pledge himself, Mortarion himself. And so with that, he said yes. He pledged his allegiance to Papa Nurgle, and Mortarion offered his soul and the soul of all of his sons of the Death Guard into the Immaterium for deliverance from an eternity trapped in the warp, constant, unbearable pain. So with that, they all eventually left the warp as Plague Marines and the new Death Guard. Mortarion is now sprouted these giant wings. He's fucking huge now. Mm-hmm. He was like elongated. The wiki says he was a lot like he was stretched on a rack.
Oh my god!
Like the old torture device.
Yeah.
He was still obviously quite pale, but he, like, with all the new bugs and disease now, the Death Guard had truly become this entire like walking pestilence.
Jesus,
it was really nasty.
I have seen Mortarion after they go plague, and he's wild.
I mean, he's pretty
the gas
cool.
Mask, the hood, the giant,
not my cup of tea for
infected
aesthetic
wings.
though.
He's wild. If I had any confidence in my painting, I would.
Oh yeah, fun fact, I learned that by saying not my cup of tea to a character. I get some really vile comments. Like, man, some people really don't like me be saying I like the Drakari. Like, dude, oh my. Again, the one thing I will always say in these videos is it's a tabletop game. It's a fantasy world. Like what you like. Don't hate me for liking what I like. I don't hate you for what you like. But yeah, no, this is not my cup of tea.
Absolutely buy a Mortarion mini. Because he's a big fucker, right? So
yeah, he would be a great option in terms of being able to paint that bastard. I really like this model a lot. What's up?
For clarification, so the way Nurgle's diseases work, he wasn't gonna suddenly uninfect all those dudes. It just made it so that they would be functionally adequate, and also it wouldn't hurt anymore. Is that basically it?
Yeah, basically. It's, well, if they were stuck in the warp, it would basically be them.
Okay, first of all, Nurgle offer you get no pain, I get eternal servitude, and which one of you lunatics just got that for me? What the hell? It didn't say who that was from. Thank you very much. What the heck, gamer? That was so sweet. Wait, let me go check that out. What the heck? I don't. Hold on, going to Throne. It was really sweet. From Anonymous. Well, okay. Thank you for the character encyclopedia for Warhammer from Anonymous. Thank you so much. That was really sweet. Thank you. You guys are the best. What the? Yeah, that was so loud. Yeah, that's gonna startle a lot of people in the video. That's gonna have fun. Mart, was that you? Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. Okay. Let me get this back to this one and continue.
There for like forever. For eternity, constantly having their bodies fucked.
Oh, hang on. Mortarion never forgave Typhus for his betrayal. The only person Mortarion hates more than Typhus is the Emperor himself, but Nurgle loves Typhus, so there's nothing he could do about it. Yeah, I would assume so, considering that legitimately Typhus hand-delivered Nurgle an entire legion of soldiers. So, yeah, I could see why Nurgle likes Typhus, and why Typhus is an absolute and utter dickhead.
With by Nurgle's rots and diseases. and basically by agreeing, they sold their souls in exchange to stop the pain. Honestly, Death Guard, both in lore and in game, they feel almost no pain. Like,
But
of
they're
any
still
kind.
very icky and stinky, yes.
They're still horrendously gross, but they're very much not like, they're not really suffering anymore. That's kind of why they always talk about like Papa Nurgle's gifts, because with the gift of this pestilence and decay, you no longer feel pain, and you no longer like have a fear of death because you're like unending.
That's
your stagnation.
still disgusting.
So yeah, that's one of the cool things about Chaos is that like Chaos is both the good and the bad. Papa Nurgle is all about disease.
How do you find Mortarion so far? So far, I like Mortarion a fair bit. I don't like Typhus. Typhus is awful, but I like Mortarion.
He's rot, pestilence, but he's also about like the an end and acceptance, you know, that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. So
yeah,
kinda,
the Chaos Gods do give you a bump. Like, the deal isn't for nothing.
Yeah. No, just so long as they have you under their foot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like Mortarion is strong as shit. He's like the main demon prince of Nurgle. He's like his number one, like subservient guy.
Damn.
So did Typhus navigate them into Nurgle like on purpose? Because
how much power does Nurgle pump into Typhus? Like, is Typhus almost Primarch level in strength if Nurgle puts this much favor towards him? Because I know that the more favor a Chaos God gives to an individual, they get more powerful, right? So is Nurgle like... I'm assuming Nurgle is quite strong. Not Nurgle. I'm assuming Typhus is quite strong.
Absolutely.
Erebus told him
Absolutely.
to?
No, Typhus did it himself. He was like, I'm going to do it.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. I wasn't clear if that was like a mistake, if he meant to do it, if Erebus was like, hey, you know, if you do it, Nurgle will make you super strong and he'll turn you into a hive or something. So.
Oh, no, he kind of knew that would happen because he knows, he was already a servant of Nurgle, basically, at that point. But he was, he did it on his own. He was like, I'm going to do it. He didn't even need Erebus. He's like, I'm going to steer them dead into Nurgle, and I'm going to deliver my whole legion to Nurgle, so he will reward me with power. And that's exactly what he did.
Damn.
So
was there ever any beef between Mortarion and Typhus?
Well, right now there's a lot of beef.
I was gonna say, because like Mortarion probably wasn't savvy to what Typhus was doing.
He was not, because he just stayed in Psyker so much, which is a bit ironic because Mortarion is a Psyker now. Because of the demon Primarch transformation. Mm-hmm. But yeah, there's a lot of beef right now. I think Mortarion fucking hates him.
Yeah, understandably so.
But obviously they still work together, so there's no real options. But like, okay, so actually this segues pretty well. I forgot the guy's name again. Damn it.
Dean Kamen.
Dean Kamen, thank you. So he basically, like, we got to the Horus Heresy, right? They pop out, they try to help with the Horus Heresy, things don't work. We all know that thing, Horus dies, etc. So then all of the legions, the Chaos Legions, start fleeing. But the Death Guard in particular flee very, like, calmly. They make their way out and they head right towards the Eye of Terror, which is that, like zipper into real space, you know? Mm-hmm. And he heads in there, slowly making his way, and then he is eventually gifted a planet in the Immaterium by Nurgle. He has created the Plague Planet, which is its own entire planet dedicated to Mortarion and the Death Guard inside the Warp, because the Warp has planets and shit. Mm-hmm. And that he basically rebuilt it in the image of Barbarous. Like, molded into a copy of it. This time, though, this time Mortarion sits at the top of the tower where his adopted father used to be.
Okay, look. You guys said he's pretty empty. I gotta tell you the truth. That's pretty good writing. I like that. That's kind of cool. 40k, the last ascension of Dominic Seroff's short story, is a great example of how terrifying Typhus can be. I'll have to look into that. Thank you.
This is his new throne. Which is kind of cool.
Okay. I was gonna say Mortarion probably likes that. He never wanted to leave. He always wanted his soldiers from there, right? And
I am the captain now.
He is literally the captain now.
The irony that he's the one sitting on top of the throne that he wanted to kill his dad on.
Well, he now has finally deemed himself the better. He now has taken the spot, so he is now better than his father ever was. So he feels quite content. The problem is that Typhus, like, Death Guard, very stagnant, right? Not much movement.
Yeah.
That's kind of the point of the Death Guard. So he has his planet here, and he's content with just kind of chilling. And he'll occasionally send out forces to attack like Cadia, which eventually Cadia fell. But besides the more recent
Cadia
things
fell?
with the Dark Imperium
Crazy.
and him fighting Gilliman and stuff, he's pretty chilling. He's just kind of doing his own thing. And Typhus is fucking infuriated by this. He's like, I gave you guys all these Nurgle gifts, and you don't appreciate them, and you're gonna sit here and do nothing with them, you absolute buffoons.
I hate him so
I'm
much.
out of here.
I hate him so
Typhus
much.
takes his like horrible tumor of a ship and a big fleet, and he just kind of leaves to go spread disease wherever the hell he can because he thinks it's fun and he wants to do it. And he wants to
Dude, what is
spread
with this
Papa
character?
Nurgle's gifts
He's such a dick.
out there.
He's such a dick.
And Mortarion's like, yeah, whatever, man. He's actually kind of like that. He's like, just, okay, fine, do what you want, do what you feel like, but if I need you, you come back. If I need you, you get back here immediately.
I mean, I can see how Mortarion wouldn't mind, because, I mean, Typhus is just going out and he's just fucking shit up. I mean...
He's really fucking shit up. Typhus is a absolute, like, threat. He is terrifying.
He's just there to be a dick.
Disgusting.
He's just there to be a dick.
Gross. I just posted a picture of it.
That's a cool ship.
That's
It's a
disgusting.
cool ship, but that's such a nasty ship.
That
I think it's
ship's
called
gonna
the. I think it's called
that
the
ship's gonna
Terminus.
Okay, the difference is, like, if you want me to drop lore, even as a new fan, I could still defend my point of being a Dark Eldar fan. The Dark Eldar are required to cause pain on others to be able to sustain themselves and keep themselves safe from Slaanesh. They will die if they do not inflict suffering on other people, and they can literally resurrect themselves by inflicting pain on other people. So there is a purpose to what they do to people. This jackass just does it for the love of the game. This guy is a blue checkmark on Twitter he's a non-blue checkmark on Twitter who instigates rage bait. He doesn't profit off of what he does it for the love of the game.
Terminus Est. I think is what it's called. The Terminus. Yeah, Terminus Est. Flagship of Typhus the Traveler. Yep. It's
Man,
disgusting.
these Latin names are just like the worst.
I know. It won't stop.
Thanks,
This
Games
is
Workshop.
this is Games Workshop. It will never stop.
Typhus doesn't lick doorknobs. He fucking distends his anus, stretches it all around the doorknob, so you get a nice handful of crap. You don't get germs from him licking it. He straight up mounts that doorknob.
Oh, man, it kind of looks like that ship's made of fur, and I don't like it.
Yeah, it looks like it's made of mold.
Yeah, moldy
Super
fur
nasty.
and-
Look, my goal at this point is to know enough about Dark Eldar to be able to defend myself against every dickhead. That's literally my reason that I just need to learn more about them, just so I don't have people who go like, well, your opinion's invalid because you like the Dark Eldar. And now I am being one guy, but I'm making a point.
Ugh.
I feel bad for the people who are listening and not watching, but it looks literally like a flagship that has gigantic teeth and eyes and sores all over it with like a white brown mold fur all over it. It's really
Yeah.
gross.
You know,
It
if
is a
you're watching on the
disgusting ship.
YouTube channel,
It is a disgusting ship.
you could probably see it.
That's true. You probably would. Should probably post it.
Yeah.
But that kind of is where the Death Guard are at right now.
Yes, I know they do it for the love of the game too. I understand the Drakari are literally the worst of the worst. I get that. But there still is a purpose to what they do. I know they still do horrible things for, well, actually no. They don't, they're not born with the love of the game. They are taught the love of the game, and their culture perpetuates it because they have to learn to like, no Drakari who's born is born with the incessant love of tormenting others. It is something that is taught to them by the culture that they are forced to love it, so then they can do it to be able to sustain themselves. So yeah, I understand that they do it for the love of the game too, and they are professional haters. They are not professional haters in the same way as Typhus, who literally drove an entire ship of people that were his brothers in arms to become Nurglings. Okay? Like, come on. Zint, what the hell? Thank you for the Drakari Codex. Now I will be more powerful than ever in defending myself and liking the Dark Eldar. Yes, yes. Thank you, Sid. That was really sweet. What the heck? Thank you, thank you, thank you.
They've actually recently kind of come out again. Mortarion has recently made his way out of the Eye of Terror and started to kind of get back into the swing of things and start helping lead more plague crusades. In particular, he's actually created some kind of horrible plague that has killed like 4 separate Necron tomb worlds, which
Holy
is
shit.
a huge blow to the Necrons.
Jeez.
Like losing
That's
a
a
tomb
big
world's a big
deal.
deal. It's a big deal. Yeah.
I didn't even know Necrons could get sick.
That's why Nurgle is so scary. He's really, really nasty, and his plagues can just like eat through everything. I think it's more the idea that like it's less about getting sick, but you know, a disease, right? A disease or a plague is a virus. It's an organism, and enough of these organisms can eat through anything. I think that's the whole. At least that's the concept.
So it's more like they just kind of melted down the Necrons. Not necessarily that they like infected them with a plague, but there was so much of their
Mortarion killed Gilliman? I thought Fulgrim killed Gilliman before his resurrection. I thought it was Fulgrim who slit his throat. I thought the sneaky snake boy came in. Did Gilliman die in 40k? I thought he died in 30k. Did he die recently in the books? I have no idea if he did. I do not know that.
shit that they just melted them.
Possibly, I'm not 100% familiar, but I'm assuming there was some way they did it where they just kind of like, use the disease to scooch their way through all of it.
Ugh.
But now.
Wait, Morty killed him after? Oh, so is he dead? Wait, so Gilliman's dead? So he's done. He's gone now. So he's not coming back now. Now he's dead? But Big E... So he's died twice... Oh. Mortarion almost killed Gilliman. Emperor brought him back, possessed him, and smashed Morty's face in. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Now, like right now, Typhus is on his horrible, disgusting crusade. Good old Mortarion is on his crusade, and he's causing problems for people.
Serious question. How do you guys keep track of so much information? How do you guys keep, like, just the sheer amount of information, like, stockpiled from hundreds and hundreds of books? And it's not like one of you guys. It's like 50 of you who always are like, oh yeah, this happened, but specifically this detail is slightly different and nuanced because XYZ equals LMNOP. And I just sit here in awe. Like, it's really impressive. Like, I don't say it as a negative. I say it as a positive. It is impressive. Autism, oh my God. The autistic hyperfixation. I love it. I love it. Morty killed him and then Deus Ex Emperor resurrected him. Okay, Tism. Okay, all right, okay. Apparently every single person's answer to being able to know everything about this is autism. Man, you guys really like Dorn. You're not losers. I love you guys. What do you mean? I think you guys are cool. You're all my little blueberries in spirit. Look, I love you guys, but like I'm still floored by just how entrenched you guys are. I think it's actually crazy. The autism hype. Oh my God. This is after, during the Plague Wars, he used the God Blight. The Emperor resurrected and possessed Rabute, told Morty that he can save him, and then burns the Garden of Nurgle and wounded Nurgle himself. That sounds like a cool book. That sounds like a great book. Oh my God. Okay. That sounds really neat. Would you guys recommend that one? During the Plague War, Gilliman constantly, but first of all, thank you guys both. You guys see what I mean? You guys all know it. Okay. All right. Thank you guys. I love and appreciate you. Stop spending money. Stop spending money.
Gilliman ain't happy. He came back and he's being...
Oh my God, stop spending money. Stop. Valid opinion. Nurgle's decaying body horror is not for everyone. He still loves you the way you are. Thank you, Maya.
Being a problem. It's right now their entire point and world is to just create as much death and decay as they possibly can. That is their
mean-
entire option.
Yeah, well, they're. It seems like they're really good at their job.
They are doing
So,
great at their job.
business is a booming.
Business is absolutely a booming. It's kind of hard to describe the sheer level of like disease that Nurgle and Mortarion and the Death Guard can provide. Like, I wish I could really paint a picture of what this is like, but
Also, Mart, I just saw that. I love that too. I love seeing that comment. I'm learning along with you. I don't know almost anything about Warhammer. So I have been thriving when people have come to me now and they're like, yeah, I found you through your animal videos. So now I've been watching some of your Warhammer stuff and I'm learning with you. And I'm like, I love that. I love that. I will say this to anybody who's new and is not from the Warhammer space. I will tell you the heads up. There are some gatekeepers, but 95% of the community, some of the most lovely and welcoming people I have ever met while streaming. They have made learning this incredibly fun. It is really hard to separate real from meme, but incredible community. I really can't say that enough. Hang on. I don't actually have autism, but I get to wear headphones at work. If I don't read the rest of it, that alone is just a god tier. Is such a god tier message, man, in the wall. Oh my god, thank you very much. Instructions unclear, spending money. Stop spending money. What do you don't give money and then be like, stop spending money. No, as you're spending money, stop. I literally have a 1/18 scale night coming because you guys are goobers. Stop. I love and appreciate you.
it's imagine. Did you guys ever watch that movie, The Day the Earth Stood Still?
I did not.
Yes.
There's like a slight part where like the big robot guy turned into like a fog, and whatever it ran into, it just like ate it up, like kind of like dismantled it.
Oh yeah, I vaguely remember that.
Actually, like, you know, like the scarabs in like The Mummy, and they would roll over someone and it would just be bones left.
Right.
Yes.
Imagine that, but like,
Dude, the people who I said I'm not gonna hide this VOD, the people who are gonna be watching this VOD are just gonna be like, what is with your community? Stop with the super chats! Stop with the super chats! Oh my god! Bidadruki Lorpia, there's a Drukari coven led by a former slave. She sabotaged her master's work, killed him, and is now the prime manufacturer of weapons for Kimura, where perfection is the base standard. I love that. Also, thank you very much. Oh my god, what are you guys doing? Oh my god! Morty pulled out a syringe in the middle of his fight against Gilman is a peak villain mood. Also, I do have autism for real. I love all of you guys the same, with or without the tism. All right, you guys are all incredible. Whether you are neurodivergent or neurotypical, I don't care. I think you're all brilliant. Spend money? Okay, I said don't spend money. You guys literally bought 2 books on my throne, and then you just start dropping super chats like left and right. Like, not to mention, I haven't checked. I think there's like 10 of you guys who became tier 3s after I made it yesterday now. I think there's like 10 of you. I think there's 10 Gillamom's blueberries, which is insane, especially given the little Discord community. I just looked over at the community again, and the most recent picture is a roll of toilet paper made out of $100 bills. Thank you, Blueberry, for posting that one. Please, I have an imaginary family to feed. Oh my god, don't tell me what I'm telling you to be responsible with your money. Spend my break harassing a lion. Oh my god, I'm not going to be distracted anymore. I'm going to go back to the video. No more distracting me. All right.
Like Contagious. Like that, but flying, but bajillions, and also like disease. It's really difficult to truly explain how effective these guys are at just making sure everything.
What are you guys doing? Stop! Thank you for Lady Malice. I can't wait, but stop! Oh my god. I appreciate you guys. Stop. I'm not being distracted. No. Tunnel vision. Sorry for everybody watching the video. Tunnel vision. I'm getting in the zone. Gotta focus.
Rots.
Jeez. Well, I mean, they are plague marines, so
They are. They've got some pretty awesome models. That like the Noxious Blightbringer. Also, I never mentioned this. They have a sacred number. It's the number 7 because they're the 7th Legion, and it's the number 7 is the number of Nurgle. So a lot of their stuff revolves around 7. It's kind of cool.
Oh my god. Okay, what was that about spending money? I'm more into the books, not the game itself. I've been reading well over for 15, 20 years. Almost got gatekept from the hobby 2 years before that. Yes, I'm autistic. Look, I'm really proud of you for not letting yourself get kept out of the hobby. Like that, I think that's the biggest thing. Like for me, I was my own biggest wall from getting into the hobby because I had friends who really, really love Warhammer and they always wanted me to get interested in it. And I just never really wanted to because it seemed like a very rabid fan base. And as a content creator, I always get scared of that because I've had my share of interesting fan bases. And being the way I am, I figured that it would be a little bit territorial against me. So I'm really happy that I ended up going against that stigma and you guys ended up being amazing. Stop spending money! Stop it! Stop it! Stop making this, stop making my chat a rainbow of colors. Stop it. Cease. Bad. I'm pointing at you. My model doesn't show it, but I'm pointing at you. Stop it.
Cool.
Hey, I have a question, and this might be a silly question this deep into the podcast or series of podcasts, but it's something that I always wondered. So I'm looking at Mortarion, right? Mm-hmm. I'm looking at his Plague Boys, and they are, for all intents and purposes, Space Marines with bonus shit.
Right.
Like hey, I'm a Space Marine. I have my bolter. I'm still a giant man.
But now you're undead and can't feel pain.
Why is it that Space Marines are actually able to compete with just better Space Marines?
Well, because often they're not necessarily better in every way. Normally, when you give, you take.
I thought they brought Pat on as like an expert. He seems to be like not super informed. I guess he just really likes the Death Marines.
And also, often the Space Marines are naturally a very organized strike force, where the Plague Marines are just kind of like, I don't want to say that they're not organized, but they're very much, like Plague Marines are very slow. They are incredibly slow. They are super fucking tanky, but they are super slow, and their war gear and stuff isn't really like as powerful as opposed to them getting in on you and causing issues. It's weird because like the Chaos themselves, like while they do give, they also take. And also Marines, like Chaos Space Marines, are not so easily replenished. Like it's very difficult. Like if you want more Chaos Space Marines, you need to pretty much get more Marines turned to Nurgle's side, which is quite difficult. Whereas when it comes down to like just refilling more Imperial stuff, like humans fuck a lot, man. Like you have plenty of numbers.
That is so grim looking.
I think also plot armor. There's that. There's always a thing, but normally it is like a give and take. For instance, Slanesh is very fast and mobile, but they're always like melee. They don't really have like great tactics and such because they're mainly just like go in there and murder people. Death Guard, like I said, super slow, and also being such a powerful like disease carrying kind of group, any ability that can help stave off infection or disease can actually be quite handy, even if it's very difficult. Like you might be able to stop off like a Plague Marine force, but
question, if they recreated the planet Barbados, right? If they recreated Barbados for Mortarion, there's no population on Barbados, right? Or are they manufacturing people from scratch? Like, are they test tube babies? Or do they capture people and then give them the gene seed that corrupts them? Like, how does it work with the Chaos Legions? In this circumstance, because they're horribly deformed, right? So unless they already have people who are deformed that they're putting the gene seed into, how are they making more of them? The Demon Kulaba is how they make new Chaos Space Marines. Is that actually how it is? Because I know people have been telling me to read that, as grim as that is, or to watch a video about it. So I am curious. They kidnap people. Okay.
If Mortarion's there, good fucking luck. You're so fucked.
Oh my god.
So that their extra stuff kind of makes up for the fact that they can't really replenish themselves super easily. Like the Space Marines are always going to have the numbers, but they're not going to have all the spiffy extra shit.
Did I remember the name of the planet wrong? I thought they said that I for some reason I thought that they said the name of Mortarion's home planet that with the Xenos on it was Barbarous. Sorry.
The Chaos has.
To an extent, yeah. Their spiffy extra shit comes into the idea of war gear. If you want to be a spiffy, fancy Ultramarine, it's because you've got spiffy, fancy Ultramarine stuff. New tanks, new flyers, new all this kind of thing. Like, the Death Guard don't really... I actually don't think the Death Guard have any, like, flying vehicles of any kind in their current codex. They might have some of the lore, but they have, like, maybe some tanks and stuff, but...
Well, it looks like their leader is as close to a flying vehicle as they get.
Pretty much, yeah, he's a flying monster, at least in terms of the game. I'm being totally honest, I'm assuming this is the reason they have a very difficult time replenishing their numbers, but because they're so insanely hard to kill, it's just kind of like, it's just like, oh, whatever.
It'd be too busted if they could easily replenish like a Plague Marine.
Yeah, actually, Dark Imperium was the name of when the Death Guard and the Ultramarines kind of did their fighting. It was actually, in my opinion, a pretty good part of the lore because Acadia just fell, and the Eye of Terror just got really big, and
that is the most vicious looking axe I have ever seen. That is like not a clean way to kill somebody. That is a way to make their death miserably slow. Imagine being cleaved with a freaking axe that has a blade on it, but if you happen to get stuck in that opening maw of it with freaking buzzsaws, like what an unnecessarily violent way to kill somebody. Like nothing's achieved. You're just causing misery. That is a mean weapon.
Like the Imperium was on the back foot. They were like Mortarion stuff were going through and they were killing a lot. Like, you know how normally you see lots of, like, artwork for GW and it's always the Space Marines winning or something?
Yeah.
Not this time around. Not this time around. The Death Guard were taking names.
Damn.
They were really going hard. And that really kind of created a pretty awesome bit of lore, being able to watch as the Imperium, like, scrambles and falls back. Because normally they're always winning stuff, just often due to their numbers. Because a lot of people forget that the Imperium has... what literally might be 1 million planets.
That's crazy.
Like
That's
people forget.
That's a couple.
Yeah, it's pretty insane.
Does Mortarion have like an equal on the opposite side? Like can you fight him and have any chance of like winning? Like, is there a way to stop him?
Okay, do you mean in lore or in game?
In lore. In game, there's got to be a way to stop him in game, because then everyone would just roll with Death Guards and Mortariums.
There's not many ways.
Really? Really?
So I'll start with game first. Mortarion. I want to talk about this because Mortarion, the Death Guard just got a new codex like a month ago, and I watched the most recent tournament game, and on the top 4, 3 of them were Death Guard. First place was Death Guard, second place was Death Guard, third place was Harlequins, fourth place was Death Guard. And first and second place both had Mortarion in it. Normally, back in the day, Mortarion was kind of bad because, like, he would fuck. Don't get me wrong, he would fuck. But he wasn't tanky enough. Like, if you focused all of your guns on him turn 1, he probably couldn't survive. And that was like 500 points down the drain.
That sucked.
It was really unfortunate. Now, I don't, oh my God, I don't know how you kill this guy. So,
wow.
At this point, he's almost 500 points, and he's got a high toughness. He has 18, it's called wounds, it's health. He has 18 health, but then with a 4-up invul on a 4-up roll, every damage you take goes away. And then he has a built-in -1 damage. So whatever you take -1 damage. And then after that damage has gone through, you roll another dice, and on a 5-up, there you don't take the damage.
Wow.
It is really fucking hard to kill Mortarion. He might be the tankiest model in the game.
Gross parts.
You shot me in my pustule, and now it's spit on you.
I don't know anything about the tabletop, and even I'm like, wow, that's fucking busted, dude.
He's insane. He's got all of these extra powers and these giant
even
auras
without understanding
of, like,
the game, that's
disease
crazy.
and plague. In like lore, I suppose you could kill him in like the normal way where you take 7 tanks and you shoot him at one time. You know, like there are plenty of lore ways in that sense that you could probably kill him. But
I mean,
you know, he's a tactician.
Is there not planet annihilating technology in Warhammer?
Oh, there absolutely is. They use it quite a lot.
So yeah, you just hit him with that shit.
Well, that's the thing though, is like, you know, he's a great general. He's not gonna let you. If he sees you coming, he's gonna be like, I'm gonna dip. And what's even more annoying is the fact that like he's a demon Primarch. Demons come back. Like, if you forget, like demons in the warp, if you kill the demon, it'll go back to the warp and it'll be respawned because they're a servant of the dark gods.
That's so
if you
crazy.
kill Mortarion, there's a good chance he's just gonna come back in God knows how long. You might have a good couple hundred years of being safe from his ass, but
Oh wow. So like if Mortarion is storming you, do you just like like, 'cause it doesn't sound like you can do anything really. Like even if you kill him, he comes back. If he's there, it's like, well,
Are any of the demon princes currently dead? I know Angron as a demon prince died because of Sanguinius during the heresy, but it's been 10,000 years, so he's probably back. Fulgrim did not die from the... Oh, no, Fulgrim died from Rylanor, right? And then came back. Have any of them actually died? Angron's running on his 20th life? Really?
should we really waste the resources to kill him? Like, do you just like, fuck it, abandon the planet. Let's just whatever.
Well, it's the
Like,
the
what
way
do you
like,
do?
Well, when you say like, do I waste the resources?
Wait, for 3K, I have a few ways to take him out. Angron, Scarbrand, or Lord of Skulls, my heavy hitters who can destroy knights. Very scary. I thought in the game 2,000 points is like the standard. No.
Resources. You got to remember, like if America right now went to war with Russia or China or whatever the fuck,
Sure.
right? Something like that. If they're attacking you, if like I don't know, the big like Spetsnaz or some like special forces were attacking you, your mind isn't in the thought process of like, do I really care? Because you absolutely do. Like if Mortarion is attacking you, if Mortarion's attacking you, he's going full force. Like, you don't get the luxury to be like, is it worth spending resources on this? Like, no, it is absolutely worth spending resources on. You gotta stop him. He's a problem. Or he'll just
sounds
take
like
your
he's
planets.
not unstoppable. Like, it's just
At the very least,
crazy.
you get some good hits in.
Angron has a respawn timer of 8 days, 8 hours, and 8 minutes. But it's different. Also, thank you very much, Alex. But it's different for every. It's different for every Primarch or Demon Primarch, right? And to the comment before about how one of the how Omegon or Alfarius is dead, I meant the Demon Primarchs because neither of them were Demon Princes.
Yeah, well, even if it's considered good hits in because he's Servant of Nurgle, he just
Also,
shrugs
not
it.
being distracted.
Like honestly,
Love you, thank you.
Mortarion, like he's kind of taking what he wants right now, and there's not much stopping him.
God. So if he just led a campaign, could he just wipe them all out?
Oh God, no! There's like a million. So, I looked this up. They talk about like there's like a million worlds in the Imperium, and a lot of us think like a million planets. Like come on, right? But if you truly think about it, let's say there's like for every star in the Milky Way, let's say there's one planet, just one. Mm-hmm. There's 100 billion stars in the Milky Way. So it's not too far-fetched, the idea. But also GW doesn't understand, like, numbers. So there's also that. But, like the Imperium, there's so many fucking humans in this galaxy that Mortarion will lead his way out. He will take over planets. He will turn things to Death Guard. But he still does have to deal with Tyranids, Orcs, Necrons, other Imperial groups.
True. Yeah.
Tau, even though he would make a mockery of Tau.
Nobody cares about the Tau. He can have them. Whatever.
I truly
like
think
the Tau.
Do you really?
Yeah, I think they're cool. I like their future space guns.
the thing about Tau that makes
I love the fact that Pat saying that has just shattered DK's memes. Everything he knew and believed of the memes that influence him were shattered in the moment of Pat saying, I like Tau. I was talking about this on Twitch. I think that the Tau's armor, really cool. I don't like their faces. Their faces are kind of grim looking, but I think everybody in 40k is pretty interesting, to be fair.
Them a little boring is lore-wise, the Tau, like, how do I explain it? If you are on one side of the Sahara Desert, the Tau will snipe you with a railgun from the other side of the Sahara Desert. The reason why this reason why Tau is always losing in like art is because if they were winning, you wouldn't see them. They would use their insanely long range mechs and weaponry from across the goddamn like pond. And
oh my god, there's 1K, 2K, and 3K, and then there's Apocalypse games. All 4 of the Chaos Primarchs for the big 4 is active. Angron comes faster due to the Great Rift and War empowering Khorne into being the strongest at the moment. Gotcha.
they would shoot you.
Jeez.
Their stuff is super long range and accurate. That's what makes them tough. But if I'm being honest, if the entirety of the Death Guard could not wipe out Tau, they would wipe out a lot of Tau though.
But not all of them. But they would do a number on the Tau. Okay.
Like, if the Imperium wanted it, they could kill the entire Tau race. Wow. If they truly wanted to extinguish them, they could. But it's not worth the resources. Because if you'd spend that many resources trying to kill the...
Isn't that how, like, all the superpowers in the... We're gonna watch cute animals, but they slowly get worse for your health. Let's go. How bad could it be? Oh. Hi.
I think a common theme on this channel is cute animals being safe.
One possum screech before you start, please? No. Possum screeches are fine.
In serving humanity, haunting pretty privileged merchants. And that's what this video is about, and the further we go, the higher your chances of being turned full-time horizontal. Before I do, I'm gonna just say this. When I call something a homicidal menace, that's just me using hyperbole to season a sentence. I'm not actually trying to get y'all to go out and drop kick an otter or something.
Yeah, please
Ultimately,
don't.
These animals are just trying to survive and are doing what comes naturally, so you can't really judge them by human moral standards, even though that's literally what I'm about to do. And starting off, this is not your average mouse.
But look at him, it's a baby. Oh, it's not gonna be a psycho, right?
First of all, it's a straight up carnivore. In their defense, that's not exactly crazy. Squirrels have been known to raid nests and eat the baby birds inside. But no other rodent is more of a meat eater than the grasshopper mouse. And its grocery list can include anything from insects, worms, and spiders,
yeah, that's right, get 'em.
mantises, scorpions, and desert centipedes.
Yeah, I'm not
AKA
bothered.
the same cursed crawly that nearly unsubscribed Coyote Peterson from existence.
This is not
Grasshopper mice
bad.
will even murk and eat snakes. Basically, you remember that
Okay, aside from eating the danger noodle, I'm all on board with this one so far.
episode where Jerry took PEDs and nearly put Tom in a tombstone? That's the grasshopper mouse times 1,000. This mighty
guy's
mouse
a
even
beast.
developed a resistance to the crippling venom of ops like the Arizona bark scorpion. Not only can they tank hits that would flatline animals 100 times their size, this rogue rodent shuts down the pathways the toxin takes to cause pain. Meaning, this mouse essentially evolved to be impervious to the pain caused by venom. It can feel pain, it's just not gonna come from a scorpion. That's not even the only thing about them. These mice stalk and hunt their prey exactly like
This little
cats.
dude's
This
He's a little savage. I love him. He's a little beast.
homicidal hamster will even howl after catching a body to mark their territory. Take a listen.
I want one. I want an army of them. I want an army of them. What the heck? See, you guys always yell at me when you guys are arguing with me over the what's it called? The huntsman spider, right? We're like, oh, he's just a little guy. No, I want this thing as my little guy in the house.
So imagine being a scorpion, right? Millions of years of evolution. Your ancestors were apex predators and you have biological warfare on your side. All that for a pint-sized weremouse to be your downfall. Not even other mice are safe. Grasshopper mice regularly eat other rodents, and cannibalism is not off the table. In fact, there was a story of a scientist keeping a grasshopper mouse and making the mistake of leaving it alone with a lab rat 5 times its size. In the few minutes he walked away and returned, there was one less mouse and the number 1 suspect feeding on the carcass. Proof that even the most innocent-looking platter can serve death. Especially since the predator with the highest body count is not what you'd expect. No other mammal catches more bodies than the Etruscan shrew. They're one of the smallest mammals alive and they weigh less than 2 Skittles. The shrew is so small that the only way they can survive is by killing more prey than any other animal.
Before we even continue with this, I have to say that mouse is still awesome. That mouse is, yeah, that mouse was your spirit animal. My God.
animal. Basically, if this candy-sized carnivore doesn't eat twice its weight in food every day to fuel its metabolism, they'll essentially freeze to a flat line.
What?
So the Etruscan shrew has to end a life every 2 hours or so, and they hunt by biting their prey through their head to disable it and then tearing it apart before another starving shrew can get to it. And just for reference, if I had to eat twice my weight in food every day, I'd be scarfing about 680 Big Macs every 24 hours.
Okay, well, that sounds lovely for a day or so, and then it would be horrible. But, like, I feel horrible for these things. They're living through an evolutionary nightmare. Like, imagine just always being hungry. It's like, there's like, I think it's called like Prader-Willis or something like that, where you're just always hungry. That these poor little guys, they'll die if they don't eat.
And even then, at least I don't have to hunt the burger. By the time I get to the drive-thru, the job's already done. But the shrew does have a weapon, and it's being one of the very few mammals on Earth to weaponize venom. According to studies, some shrews are toxic enough to delete 200 mice, and while they're too small to turn a human to a hashtag, it's still capable of causing pain and allergic reactions. Not only that, but some shrews are able to catch a calorie come up underwater, since some are able to smell out prey even while being completely submerged. Yeah, they're a mid-sized menace, but too small to be a legit threat to us. That's not going to be true for some of the animals coming. And up next, this bird probably looks no different from something.
Like, we're jumping through these things. I understand that they are going to all be cute, but damn, that's cool.
You'd expect in a garden, except it's only found in the islands of the Galapagos, and to survive, they've come up with some nasty tricks. They've been nicknamed Darwin finches since they actually helped prove Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. Long story short, different finches ate different foods and so developed different sizes.
This isn't the ground finch, though.
One finch evolved to finesse an easy meal by pecking at the skin of bigger birds and drinking the blood that spills out.
Right.
Are birds even f***ing real? And scientists believe up to 10% of this flying leech's diet is seabird blood, and their favorite victim
okay, so we're specifically talking about the finch that, the vampire finch, okay.
is a bird called the booby. Don't laugh, it's not funny. It's not funny. Popular opinion says that it started with the finches picking parasites off the birds, but after realizing they could live off the marinara that would often leak out, the vampire finches started turning the birds into booby blood banks. They literally became everything they sought to destroy, and they're skilled enough to know how much damage to do to get a ragu reward without doing too much and losing a future victim. Yeah, these birds drink nothing but blood, which they kinda have to since freshwater in the Galapagos is in less supply than lawyers in heaven. But it also means that even though they can fly, Arab would be completely useless to them. But not to you, because Arab's flavor pods uses scent flavors to convince your brain you're drinking whatever.
He got us. He got us. I was given flack last time for doing this. But and they're like, oh, you skipped the ad, so thumbs down. I always put a link to their channel to support them, and these ads are like over a year old, so they're not making any profit off them anymore, and they don't add anything to the content. So I'm gonna be the villain and do the little quirky skipperoo, and then and then I'll just do the editing later.
This is Cherry, and remember, this is actually cut down on all. I've gotten a lot of you check out Arab and there like otherwise Arab would save more boob, crash them in the rocks just for some easy protein. They're not even the only birds on that kind of timing. The New Zealand keel will use that Swiss Army knife of a nose to cut into sheep and eat the fat right off their backs. And sometimes they freak the sheep out so much they yeet themselves off a cliff trying to get away. At least the Kia and the vampire finch are only harmful to your mental. From here on out, that is the last time that statement will be true. Because this live-action plush toy is also on the short list of venomous mammals. The slow loris is a Southeast Asian
I've heard of
primate
this
armed
thing.
with
This thing's
toxins that
creepy.
can do very real damage to a human. They have a gland on their arm that produces a chemical that becomes highly toxic when mixed with saliva. So when this imitation lemur sees you and puts its hands up, it's
Wait, that's the little dude I put in the thumbnaml. I just realized. Look how cute the baby is. Look at how creepy and cute they are.
not a sign of surrender, it's a promise to ascend ya. We talking straight soul eviction. In 2012, a biologist was bitten by a slow loris, and this was him after 1 hour, and this was Buddy after an hour and a half. Since the toxins contain chemicals similar to cat allergens, this venom monkey can trigger anaphylactic shock in people, making it the first animal here that can perform landscape work on your family tree. We used to think this malicious muppet used venom against predators, but it turns out it's for friendly fire. They usually use it in fades with other lorises in the flesh melting.
It's not that he's creepy to me, he's just a little creepy little dude. I don't know, he's like creepy cute. He's just like creepy cute.
Toxins can cause necrosis, meaning the loser loris can lose an eye, a toe, their scalp, and even part of their face. It's so bad that one of the most common causes of loris life retirements is getting bit by a rival. An 8-year study done on about 80 slow lorises found that over 20% of them were seriously maimed in conflicts, with some missing eyes, ears, fingers, toes, and more. It's nasty work, and it puts the slow loris on the very short list of animals that use venom against their own kind. And it's no coincidence that one of the others is next. Two things about platypuses the public should
we know this one.
One is at about 6 pounds and less than 2 feet long. They're way smaller than you think. And two is that they're violently venomous.
Regardless of them being venomous, they're just such cute little things. They're such cute little nature abominations. I love them.
Males have an ankle spur that they use in fights, and like the lores, the consequences of losing are incredibly painful. In 1991, Australian veteran Keith Payne was struck by a platypus, and in his own words, the immediate pain was far worse than getting struck by shrapnel. And it only got worse. The excruciating pain didn't go away after a month, even after he was shot up with morphine. And just how much pain are we talking? Well, according to him, just the weight of a warm towel on the sting caused incapacitating agony.
Is it that
Even
bad?
15 years after, he claimed to still be in discomfort, and this guy wasn't sweet or nothing. He actually earned the highest honor of the British Armed Forces for his performance in the...
I'm sorry. I know that it's like a traditional thing, but when you put all of your medals like that, it doesn't make me go, wow, look at everything you accomplish. It makes me be like, wow, you're peacocking. I'm sure that's the proper way to do it. It just kind of looks stupid.
Vietnam War. Same guy apparently got folded by a beaver otter cosplaying as a duck. And it's because platypus venom manipulates nerve cells to trigger pain in a way that can have you down horrendous for weeks, and not even enough morphine to roofie a rhino can bail you out. That's how you know Perry had love for the doof. He could have had a pharmacist every flavor of up if he wanted to. That's why if you see two male platypi fighting, you'll often see the loser spend days rolling around and scratching. That's a platypus in crippling agony. And you can expect the same symptoms if you F around and find...
Also, not to make myself sound uncultured, I've never seen the Phineas and Ferb show, so I don't know anything about Perry the Platypus. I see you guys saying his name in chat. I've seen that before. I don't know anything about him.
Find out with the next animal. Even though it's barely an inch long, most people know why playing with a Portuguese man of war is bad for your health.
I feel zero sympathy for anything that happens to that dude. I do not feel bad if you lick a jellyfish. I understand you're not licking the tentacles. No.
You heard me say most. The man of war is notorious for excruciatingly painful stings that they inflict on thousands a year.
Yeah.
Not only can it cause nasty welts like this, in worst case scenarios, it can trigger severe allergic reactions that can block your airways and suffocate you. Most people know not to touch them, but a lot of those same people would do this.
Oh,
this is Glaucus atlanticus.
This is what we're talking about. These things are so adorable, and I believe it's because they're this way. Let me see if I remember this correctly. I mean, I know that we have the segue because of showing the man-of-war. These things eat the man-of-wars and actually develop their toxin and make it worse, right?
And more specifically, it's a tiny sea slug nudibranch. And what these boneless snails do is steal poison from other animals like anemones by eating them and storing the toxin in those weird fingertips growing out of their back. It's cultural appropriation, but with poison, and the Glaucus does it to the man of war. Which is why even though a 2-inch Glaucus is an overachiever, holding one and getting stung can lead to nausea, vomiting, allergic reactions, and you guessed it, pain.
Yeah, they're
in
not
fact,
nice.
Many think because the poison they steal is so concentrated, their sting is actually more powerful
Yeah,
than the
that's what I
jellyfish
heard.
understudy they take it from. Moral of the story, this is what it looks like to put a dent in your family's bloodline. Pro tip.
Why? Why would you ever think to do this? I don't understand why people with a camera have the need to touch stuff. Why? You don't know what it does. I don't care if it looks cute. Why is your thought process, I want to put it in my hand?
If an animal's that small and goes out of its way to be seen, touching it's a great way to see your ancestors. I couldn't find a case of someone being seriously hurt by this tiny assault slug, so it's another example of an animal being too small to truly punish ignorance as often as they could. Completely different from the animal up next, because real talk, if you haven't seen them in person, you would not believe how big they actually get. We all know Steve Irwin, may God rest his soul, and his son and shadow clone, Robert Irwin. Just like his father, Robert got the same animal lover's gene, but there is one animal he's terrified of, and you probably never guess it. According to him, the animal that scares him the most and has the most smoke
Anteater?
for him. It's crazy, right?
No, but wombats are the cutest thing ever. No.
That's a wombat, and yeah, they really do get that big. And in the
love
words
them.
of the spawn of
I
khaki
love
animal Jesus,
them.
crocodiles are apparently easier to work with than wombats, since wombats are bloodthirsty psychopaths.
But I
and while
love
he probably
them.
was exaggerating a little, wombats still ain't the ones to play with. At 25 miles per hour, wombats are fast enough to catch a ticket in a school zone and more than fast enough to catch you off guard. They have a tough, cartilage-reinforced butt that they use to...
They kill you with their butt. butt. They kill you with their butt.
Crush the skulls of their enemies against their burrows. Yeah, getting your life subscription terminated through twerking is a possibility if you're an op to a wombat. But more importantly, they have jaws more than capable of tearing chunks out of your ankles and calves, which is what these furry bowling balls usually go for. Victim Carrie Evans was hospitalized with over 20 bites and lacerations after she was mauled by the evil bulking twin of the quokka. And in 2020, a family nearly got squad wiped by a wombat after the one they were raising for a TV show turned on them.
How you imagine your whole? I mean, it's horrible. It's horrible. We never laugh at misfortune of others. But like, imagine the news article being like, and looking at it, and be like, yeah, my family was almost ended by a wombat. That wombat almost destroyed us with its butt.
Mauling his owner and handing out work to any kin that tried stepping in without prejudice. Buddy almost folded 4 generations of.
Wait, did you see the typo on that paper? The 78-year-old was shocked when a wild woman charged.
Handing out work to any kin that tried stepping in without prejudice. Buddy almost folded 4 generations of people, and it took a whole axe to get him to act right. And that's not even mentioning
How is it that I caught that typo, but I couldn't see the lion in the last video? God damn it.
the damage an angry fur meatball can do to your car. Moral of the story, if anyone in this man's bloodline don't rock with him, neither do I. The problem is, 99% of the population rocks with pandas and forgets it's still a bear that was made after the printer ran out of color. It's still a bear, and you can have a panda bear, a Yogi bear, or nose candy bear.
It's
if it
still a
ends
bear.
in a B-E-A-R, you'll be last seen in an ER, if you even get that.
Oh my god.
So fun fact, gorillas have a stronger bite force than grizzly bears and can crack a coconut, and that's because they spend so much of their time crushing vegetation. As bamboo merchants that commit 16 hours a day to binging it, giant pandas might have the most underrated bite in the entire animal kingdom.
It can
A
crush your
study was
skull.
done comparing the bite force of carnivores relative to their body size using a value known as the bite force quotient.
Okay.
African lions were given a bite force quotient of 124.
Okay, see, 124, that's the best number. Just saying, regardless of anything else you hear, 124, best bite force number. Look at these fangs. Look at these teeth. All right, I am a true terror. Okay, I am absolutely the peak terror. Look at this. Look at these teeth. Look at these teeth. Ah. See, 124, right there, best bite force. All right, back to the video. Sorry. Couldn't stop myself there.
Jaguar, believed to be pound for pound the strongest cat, earned a 137, and while being smaller than both, African painted dogs flexed a bone-crushing 142. And where did giant pandas fall? With a BFQ of 151, giant pandas scored a bronze medal on the bite force scale, only behind the least weasel and an assault
I thought the best number was 40 because that's your. I am not 40. Oh my god! Do not start that here.
and battery happy Looney Tune. That's strong enough to rip flesh, tear tendons, and shatter bone. The thing is, pandas have all the tools of a predator, but with gerbil software. But even though this giant cow rabbit doesn't know how to kill, they can be persuaded into trying, and it's usually in zoos. In 2006, a wasted tourist had a chunk of his calf ripped off by a pissed off panda after he tried to pet it. In 2009, a tourist fell into an enclosure and also paid a calf tax. Later the same year, another tourist managed to fall into an enclosure and the barcode bear nearly turned him into a serial number on a police report, ripping off parts of his foot and elbow. And in 2015, Guan Huanxi sued the government and won for over $80,000. The reason was because officials had chased a giant panda onto his land.
Shh, don't call me out, Frequency. Shh, don't call me out. And yes, my new model that's debuting in 2 weeks does have bigger teeth. Yeah.
And a generationally heated bear crushed Guan's leg like a celery stick. And my personal favorite story. A man tried wrestling a biracial black Air Force to impress a woman and inappropriately got partially handled. He wasn't hurt, but the bear bodied him and even shredded his pants in the process.
Yeah.
Which was the closest he'd get to foreplay that entire day. It's no secret there's no end to the copious amounts of bull effery in the ocean, but there's still some animals people let slide.
He's throwing these out quick.
Especially if they've been in a movie. One of these fish can do you dirty, and this time the clown's not it. The regal blue tang is actually venomous with caudal spines.
I did not know that the blue tang was venomous. What? Usually I'm pretty good with those. I did not know that.
Sharp enough to slice open skin, and when threatened, they'll whip their bodies from side to side. It's like a junkie waving a broken bottle at you, and the deep lacerations it can cause are almost guaranteed to get infected. And thanks to a certain Pixar movie, there's at least one kid out there that got a bacterial infection just because Ellen DeGeneres played a fish well. Not only that, but the blue tang is toxic to humans and can cause ciguatera poisoning to the people that eat it. An even worse mistake when people try it with the next animal, because the cute derp guppy is one of the most poisonous things alive. The tetrodotoxin
I know, yeah, the tetrotoxin, yes, of course, me. But, like, I love pufferfish. I love them. Like, I know that you're supposed to have, like, a professional chef, like, or a professional sushi chef to be able to actually eat fugu. But from what I've understood, it's, like, it's mostly the gonads that are, like, the really, really venomous ones, right? Like, it's only specific parts of it that are really venomous. I mean, obviously you don't want to do it yourself, but it's overstated from what I understand. And again, I'm sure I will be corrected in the comments, and please, by all means, correct me in the comments, because I don't know everything. So I just remember hearing that it was overstated about how dangerous it is to eat fugu.
in one pufferfish can bury 30 people. It's about 1,200 times more toxic than cyanide, and there's no actual antidote. All that and Mrs. Puff's X is still considered a delicacy. The fugu blowfish is a prized dish in Japan, but it's also Russian roulette, because if the chef misses by even 1/10 of an inch, it's the customer that gets cooked. Here's what would happen if you got poisoned. In about 10 minutes, your mouth would go numb and you would start to feel dizzy and unreasonably tired. You'd get an overwhelming headache to go with nausea, and it'd slowly get harder and harder to breathe. Eventually, you'd get so exhausted you'd fall asleep and likely never wake up. And until then, you would have been conscious for everything. It's just that you'd be paralyzed and unable to talk or move. The only thing people could do to save you is pump your stomach, put you on life support, and God on speed dial. It's said that up to 100 people get flatlined by fugu.
Tetra's not 40, she's 21 with 19 years of life experience. Oh my god. No. Do not start bringing the Twitch memes over here. Do not start bringing... Look, oh my god. Man on the wall, just so you understand. My Twitch community insists that I am 40. No matter what I say, no matter what I do. So I have been living with this for like over a year and a half of just always being called 40. I can't escape it. I can't escape it. I thought YouTube was safe from this.
Year, and most of that are people that try it at home, which means by the time they realize they messed up, they can't run, call, or even scream for help. All they can do is struggle to get air and watch everything turn black like the end of Sopranos. But not even fish fentanyl has a higher body count than the last animal. A lot of people think snails are cute, yet snails are partially responsible for crossing 200,000 names off the census a year.
What?
Schistomiasis is a parasitic disease caused by worms, with millions affected right now, and those worms are released by snails. The sickness is most common in tropical third world countries with limited access to clean fresh water.
Wait. It's just psoriasis. I'm saying it wrong. This is not the one where like it crawls out of your ankle, right? I know there's one worm that you get that's a parasite, right? It grows in your body, and then when you're by water, it burrows out of your ankle, or right by your ankle, roughly.
With about 700 million people living in at-risk areas, it's one of the most devastating parasitic diseases of all time, only second to malaria. And even if snails aren't the primary suspects, with them taxiing the bug, at the very least they're accomplices. Now you see why folks almost put Gary on a shirt. Mad snail disease was...
No, I don't think it was tapeworm. There's a different one that goes for your ankle from what I remember. Unless it's a sub-variant of like a tapeworm, but there's a specific one that goes like specifically out of the ankle. So I know that to get them out, is it actually a tapeworm where they have to roll it out? We can double check, but I know that we'll double check after this video. We'll check after this one.
Wasn't a joke, but that's gonna do it for this video. Be sure to follow my TikTok and Instagram for more consistent content as you wait for the next video. Check out my book, 100 Animals That Can Effing End You. You might just see some of the guys from today on there. If you
I love him. He's so great. Honestly, yes, go buy his book. I'm gonna go buy his book. But yeah, he's great. I also need a note to remember to edit the part from this video. But let me turn on music for a second before we get the next video ready. We're now gonna go check. Did I actually mute? Oh my god, I was gloating. I was gloating that you were all wrong and that it was the guinea worm. It was not a tapeworm. And I was making fun of you guys and doing a southern accent. Oh my god, my southern accent was muted. I'm so mad. I was so funny. I was so funny and you guys didn't hear it. I was so funny. Look at me, chat. I'm funny. Laugh. God damn it. God damn it. My professional streamer. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. No, I pressed the space bar and it muted my audio. No. You guys are so mean. You guys are so mean. Why are you guys like this? Why are you guys like this? You guys aren't cool. You guys aren't quirky, alright? Hi, YouTube Shorts. This won't be a YouTube short. It won't be a YouTube short. Freaking potatoes. Alright, alright. How about... Let's do... Do we want the funniest animal on Earth, or do we want the science of gang wars with whales? We could do that. We could do that one. Oh wait. Oh, here's a good one. Did we watch the most generational crash outs of animals in the animal kingdom? Did we watch that one? Okay, Gillamom. Wow. Oh, let me go and check to see how many of you guys are actually blueberries. You little goobers. Let me go and see how many of you guys are blueberries. Okay, so I'm gonna go to here. Okay, I'm gonna go over here. Filter, current level, Gillamom's blueberries. There are 9 of you! There are 9 Gillamom blueberries! 9 of you guys are absolutely out of your mind. 9 of you are out of your mind. I want you to know that. Tetra, your southern accent gloating was so funny. I rafflecoptered IRL. Oh my god. Those you watch are at the bottom? Yeah. I'm a proud blueberry. Yes, you are. You are my little blueberry. I love my little blueberries. Oh my goodness. That is so funny. That is so funny. All right. We will get the next video ready. Okay. So we're going to do... I have 2 videos lined up. We'll have 5 more horrible ways animals can end you, and the most generational crash outs in the animal kingdom. I think those will be fun. So take that one. Let me get the videos ready. Paste. Don't start playing automatically, please. Okay. And now I need to get one more. Let me get the second one. Okay, and the other one's going to be the 5 other horrible ways animals can end you. So let me get that one as well. And here. Okay. Okay, we have 2 more videos queued up. We're making progress today. We're making progress. Okay, the cackle sold at 40. No! No, I'm not 40. I am not 40. Why? Oh my god. Literally, I was gonna ask YouTube. Like, I was gonna ask you guys, like, as a poll, like, what... Or I was gonna ask you guys in a stream one day, like, what type of art do you want as a sub goal for my debut? And I'm like, I know that all of them are either going to be Warhammer or middle-aged mom-coded. There is no in-between. There is no in-between. I mean, there could be, actually, no, there could be the combination of both with the Gillamom, but I mean, like, I know. You're not beating the allegations? Edom, didn't you literally take the Disney picture as my wallpaper? Or as your wallpaper? Didn't you do that? I mean, 40 for an Archon's pretty young. Most are centuries at least. I'll live in that copium. I'll live in that copium. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Hang on, let's start this over. All right, the next one we're going to be watching. Let me mute my audio. The next video is another Casual Geographic. This one is the most generational crash outs in the animal kingdom. All right, let's get this started. We didn't watch this one, right? I feel like we've seen that tiger clip, but damn, is that traumatizing.
It's like a backyard bully brawl.
Crash out. Here's the definition, and here's the definition, but in picture. And if it's not
No, we
clear
didn't
now,
watch this, never
it will
mind.
be by the end of this video. Crash outs exist in all walks of life. You
Oh
know
my
what they
God.
say, where there's a will, there's a way.
Do you guys remember when the guy jumped the judge? That was insane. That was insane.
For a Chris to get rocked by a Fresh Prince flick of the wrist. But today, we're going to talk about the biggest crash outs in nature, and there's a lot to choose from, so some had to get left off. I won't be talking about hippos, honey badgers, or Cape buffalo.
But honey badgers, they're just little guys.
I've said my piece on this roid-raging homicidal hydro horse on steroids. We already know Africa's Black Death is a hunter's nightmare for humans and
Yeah.
lions alike.
Yeah.
And I have an entire video
I
on
don't
this
like them.
biracial Black Air Force hate-mongering Hufflepuff. But what I will talk
I almost
about
spit up my coffee.
are rhinos.
Oh.
I've said that rhinos are legally blind, terminally traumatized anxiety tanks that'll buck up to anything from a butterfly to a buffalo.
I'm not gonna lie. I normally kind of know what I would do in certain situations, whether or not I would just, bend over and take it, or if I would just, freeze, or if I would just, hold my own or whatever. If a rhino was coming at me, I genuinely do not know how I would respond when I was in a car. I feel like the only thing you could do is get in the driver's seat and just try to drive away. But if it's facing you, I don't know what you do. I don't know what you do. Oh, I forgot how to ask how do I get into the Blueberry chat room. Just make sure you're in the Discord and ask if you can get the Blueberry roll. They'll cross-check it for you. And then you could join in there and you could flex with everybody else who's a Blueberry.
Except I was wrong. Recent studies show that the eyesight of rhinos might not even be that bad. It's just their attitude. Which means that rhino fully punched the warthog purposely and unprovoked. While this one perceived an assault on 8 wheels and still went for a literal headshot.
Oh my
There's a
God.
reason why a group of rhinos is an honest-to-God crash. But they're not even the biggest crash outs in Africa. That would be elephants. Like literally, they're the biggest. Whoever made this up actively helped escort people off the census, which they don't need help doing since elephants flatlined over 600 people last year. But it isn't until elephants hit must that they really become crash out kings. Must is when a sudden burst of hormones turns elephants into 12,000-pound drunk lusting frat boys.
What? I've never heard of that. I've actually never heard of that in all the videos I've watched.
The word must even comes from the word intoxicated, and a down bad bull's testosterone levels can spike 60 times higher than normal. And that's where the crash out comes in.
Yeah. No, usually mating season is like when 90% of like any animal goes absolutely batshit. I just didn't know there was a word must for it.
No animal is safe from an entitled elephant that can't handle rejection. Not even baby elephants.
Oh my
Being a toddler
God.
because his mom won't relieve you? Crash out. But the real degeneracy didn't show itself until humans got involved. Yeah, it's that kind of story. Poaching is evil, we all know it, and it's often the older, more mature bulls that get hit the hardest, for obvious reasons. What wasn't expected was removing elephant OGs from the population meant that the younger, immature teenage bulls in must got even more out of pocket. And what do you get when you have unruly 6-ton pests with no father figure to keep them in line? Hell if I know. There was a period in the 90s where 3 young bulls that got rejected by their own kind, resorting to violating and killing not 1, not 2, not 10, but 63 rhinos.
I don't normally make Warhammer references in these videos, but those are some Slaneshi elephants.
Fatherless behavior for an elephant apparently means turning a rhino from a tight end to a whiteout, and it wasn't until the season more mature bulls were brought back in that the rhino ravaging eventually
I absolutely regret my bend over comment earlier. I retract it aggressively. Oh my God.
stopped. And it's not just males that can choose violence. We can't forget that time an elephant traveled across India just to life-deprive a 70-year-old senior citizen while she was getting water. For context, that elephant escaped from the Dalma Wildlife Sanctuary and traveled over 100 miles to the Rapai village in Odisha. Being homicidal for over 100 miles straight is already menace behavior. What solidified it was that same herd pulling up to that woman's funeral later that day and paying everything but respects.
God.
And that same elephant grabbed her soul-evacuated 0 HP body and proceeded to put her in the negatives. Basically, she got put on a shirt, except the shirt was reversible. And after desecrating her corpse, Dessert was destroying the woman's house along with several others.
Oh my
Many
God!
have said the woman Maya Murmu had it coming and was involved in poaching, and this was a case of an elephant not forgetting or forgiving. It also could have been someone's grandmother getting murked twice and memed on Twitter all because of RNG. We'll never know the why,
That
but
is
what we do
insane.
know is my favorite animal is capable of crash outs of catastrophic proportions. And now we got the smallest crash out in the world.
okay.
When a colony of Calabopsis saundersea ants get
Why does its head look so creepy? Do all of Calopsis sonderisi ants look like this?
attacked, some of the soldiers will rupture 2 huge poison-filled glands and literally blow themselves up.
I'm sorry. There's an ant that has martyrdom? Excuse me? The saltiest losers in the animal kingdom? Oh my god!
They don't just seppuku themselves, they also rain a toxic, corrosive glue that either traps the op ants in place or just burns them alive.
Oh
It's
my God!
self-sacrificing altruistic behavior meant to defend the colony, but that is one hell of an escalation. One species of termite also has a concept of kamikaze themselves, and they have toxic glands that actually grow as they get older.
Oh my
That means
God!
The same old worker termites with dull mandibles that can't fight or forage as well as their juniors also carry the most potent explosive backpacks in the colony. So their last act of service involves eviscerating themselves in a of internal organs, intestines, and toxins, which proves that the most dangerous crash out is the one with nothing left to lose. For reference, that's like breaking into a house and the last thing you see is a senile 90-year-old rushing you with a bomb strapped to their chest.
That is horrifying. That is actually horrifying.
But the wildest crash out might be what aphids do once a predator breaks into their home, because not only will soldiers come together and turn themselves into fleshy fireworks.
Also, before we continue, yeah, Bio, just, if you need a link to the Discord, the mods can put it up for you. And if anybody wants to join the Discord while you have the chance, the mods will put a link up.
They'll use their own bodily fluids to plug up the opening, even if it means they get left outside in past tense, even if it means they suffocate on their own insides, and even if the process senses subtracts them instantly. It's one thing to self-destruct to backpedal a predator, or even after already being eaten, which aphids actually do. Using Flex Seal made out of your own guts for home repair is exactly the type of behavior this video is about. But if elephants violating the natural order didn't already tell you, the worst crash outs are the ones humans created. And this Black Air Force B is the result of one of the biggest oopsies in human history. Back in the 50s, African bees were—
Bro, this video is only like a third through and I'm already in shambies. I feel like I've been aged a decade in what, like 5 minutes. Holy crap.
brought to Brazil and crossbred with their more domesticated European cousins. The idea was, if they could combine the two, they could create a bee that was more efficient than the Europeans in tropical climates, while also being less defensive than the African counterparts. But in one of the most consequential f***ups possible, a local beekeeper accidentally released 26 swarms of Africanized bees, including queens. But experts said not to worry, that the bees would either die out in the foreign climate or get bred out of existence by the already present European bees.
I'm gonna make another reference to Warhammer. That man is literally typhus. That man is literally typhus.
Yes, but actually no.
By the 60s, they made it across the country. By the 80s, they hit Mexico. By the 90s, they were popping up in the US. And today, the Africanized assault has spread throughout America like a rageaholic rash. And here's the thing with playing God with bees. You better be prepared for hell. These Africanized bees were way meaner than anything this side of the Atlantic had ever
I
seen.
know.
They were way more aggressive, much less forgiving, and the same honey merchants that were enough to legitimately punk elephants, that's not a joke by the way, were doing numbers on unsuspecting people. You see, where European bees might send 10 to 20 guard bees after you, the Africanized flying mob will pull up in the hundreds. And where European bees might chase you for a couple feet, the African variety will chase.
So, I'm gonna tell you guys a story, okay? Don't worry about the context as to why. All you need to know is that bees are on my list of things that I am terrified of, along with coconut crabs. I have actually been in a full bee suit and swarmed by bees. It is the single scariest thing in the world, while simultaneously also having a power trip of knowing that you are safe. But I will say, I would not want to be anywhere near Africanized bees because I was near little yellow, not even yellow jackets, I think they're honeybees, whatever the hell they're called. But they were not scary. They were not scary. But like I am horrified of bees. Bees freak me out. I know I shouldn't be, and I love their products. Honey, best thing ever. Bees and coconut crabs, worst combination for me. Worst combination for me.
Trespassers for a quarter of a mile, assuming you even get that far. The irony is, African bees have smaller hives. That means these gangflies weaponize a hive.
I'll give you, you know what? I'll give you guys an even better example. I would let a tarantula walk on my face before you let me actually have a bee on me. Like a bee literally on me, buzzing around me, will have a reaction of, like, Yura could vouch for this if she wasn't napping. I literally would jump out of my seat and run inside and close the door if there was a bee on me. I will happily take a tarantula to the face before I was near a coconut crab or a bee. Okay. Same to me is scuba dive. I love diving. Literally, there's very few things that I am terrified of while I'm underwater, but dude, I don't know what it is. There's something that just triggers an absolute flight or flight response in me when it comes to bees.
Higher percentage of their hive just to go after you. Add the fact that the very smell of bee venom is like a Batman signal to the rest of the hive, and you realize just how badly that one beekeeper screwed us over. Speaking of venom, you probably know that honeybees die after stinging since the stingers are barbed and attached to their abdomen, causing attacking bees to literally disembowel themselves. What you might not know is that stinger will continue pumping venom into you long after the bee has become
God, I hate seeing it twitch.
Now that's just doing the most. That's how you get stories of people being chased by vindictive swarms. Oh, and by the way, it's proven if you try to duck the fate by jumping in the water, they will wait, sometimes with fatal consequences. In 2013, a Texas man died after being stung over 1,000 times, and the bee still had enough malice left over to leave his wife and daughter with 100 apiece. It says a lot that the dietary habits of the Crash Out mascot might have helped create one of the most infamous crash crowds in the air. But not all crash outs are fueled by hate. Some are powered by love. Courting bald eagles will interlock talons and plummet down towards the earth, only to separate at the last possible second. Because apparently feathery foreplay means death spiraling in a questionable game of chicken. Apparently, it's to test each other's fitness as a possible partner. You know, separate the strong from the strongest. Except it does the opposite when the entangled avians crash land into trees, water, or sometimes straight pavement and take each other out the dating pool. And bald eagles mate for life, so where do you even go after your vow renewal turns into a wake that only one of you is conscious for? A study showed that eagles will also death spiral with rivals, so it's really a case of either me or fight me or just don't waste my time. But that makes even less sense, because at least with a mate, the logic is you're trying to find the strongest, most eligible.
You guys ever see how big a bald eagle actually is? Like, a bald eagle is way bigger than you think. These images that you ever, like, whenever you see an image of a bald eagle, right? Like, and it's like, you know, in footage like this, they look like they're like, you know, 2 feet tall. These things are massive. These things are massive.
Single to spend the rest of your life with. Handing death a 2-for-1 BOGO deal because you had beef and literally couldn't let it go is the definition of crashing out. At least when it happens with deer like moose, you know it's really bad luck. But voluntarily interlocking toes just to die with someone you claim to hate, like what's really going on here? But that relationship's nowhere near as toxic as the house sparrows. It's like Tweety listening to NBA Youngboy. It's a honey badger with wings and an op to every other bird, but especially their own kind. Okay, so the crashing out is caused by the fact that house sparrows are monogamous and mate for life.
Right.
They're also serial cheating air strumpets, and 15% of sparrow children born aren't even related to the male raising them.
What?
Cheating isn't a foreign concept to birds. Thoughts and prayers out to the penguin that got dogged out, got his cloaca kicked by his wife's boyfriend, begged for her back, got beat again, only to get rejected and bust his the 3rd time. Yeah, no way he goes out that sad. Male sparrows that suspect their partner of cheating get their revenge by purposely feeding their children less, bordering on starvation. The thing is, he has no way of knowing which chick's actually his. He only goes by how much time the mother spends away from the nest. Basically, imagine your dad stars you within an inch of your life, all because your mom spent the equivalent of 10 extra minutes at the grocery store. But female sparrows ain't sweet either. The difference is she cheats with better genetic quality, or you could say high value males, while the male cheats to spread his seed as far as physically possible. Except that the female catches on to the cheating, she responds by slaughtering his entire family, children and all. And it's scientifically proven that butchering the babies offers no advantage to the offending female. It's just pure love of the game. Cheating's never right, but when your get back gets children buried, you have lost the plot.
Oh my god.
Especially since the females most likely to commit baby cancellation are second wives. As in, they got with a cheater, got with him due to
As a kid, I was building a fort with my friend in the woods. I crawled understand we a tree and smashed a beehive at the back of
cheating, only to wipe out the entire first family. Also, I just thought about it. She also has no way of knowing which chicks are his. That means she really just life retires any baby sparrows she comes across. Yeah, that's a crash out of the highest order. And right up there with them has to be...
No. I think you missed the point here with this. The female is not killing any babies that are not his. Well... I guess it could be. I was gonna say, I'm like, she didn't lay the egg, so she could absolutely tell which ones are which. And then I'm like, wait, if the other female has an egg from him, or with other one, yeah, never mind. I was wrong. I'm sorry.
This frog. It's a culinary crash dummy off the fact that the Argentine horned frog would rather choke to death trying to swallow something physically bigger than they are than just give it up. Scientists have found expired frogs with their stomachs torn open out of pure stubbornness.
Oh my God.
A gluttonous breathing pot of greed card come to life. Not only that,
it is the pot of greed.
Swimmers, embarrassingly bad jumpers, and they don't even rib it.
I love that.
Fooled and
That's
sold
kinda
every
cute.
aspect of being a frog just to moonlight as Jabba the Gut. They can even develop amphibian corneal lipidosis.
I would love to have one and name it Jabba. Come on, it's a cute frog.
Where they hold on to so much fat, they literally accumulate fat deposits on their eyes that blind them. To be fair, it's usually from overfeeding in captivity, but my brother in Christ, even Nakado Avocado put the fork down at some point. Especially since frogs can't vomit, the best this kitchen crash out can do is fully eject their stomachs. But luckily, they're not a threat to you. Next is a crash out that the majority of the American audience has to sidestep on a
cleaning
daily
his
basis.
stomach?
Which is funny, because the Canada goose nearly got put on an eternal milk carton due to overhunting and habitat loss. In fact, we fully thought they were out of stock in the 50s, until a small flock was found in Rochester, Minnesota. And with the help of the Migratory Bird Treaty Act in the US and the Migratory Birds Convention Act in Canada.
Okay, I will tell you this because I've worked with these birds when I was working in the hospital, right? These things are mean. These things are mean. Now, I will say this. I have a sad story for you guys because, again, they're only mean because of their obvious reasons. But we had four of them. In the practice, and they would attack you because we let them out every day, and we bring them back in because they all had broken wings, so they couldn't be let out. So they would always attack you when you would go to try bringing them back in. So people were always afraid to have the duty of bringing them back in for the night. But sad story now. There was a baby goose that came in. There was a little baby goose that came in. It was tiny. Tiny, and I was the technician tasked to take care of it. It imprinted on me, and I loved this little dude. I love this little dude so much. He would follow me around the office. I loved him. But he needed to be fed constantly, and he needed to be taken care of. I of course had to go on an extended vacation for I think it was like an extended weekend. Sorry, not vacation, but like 3 days. So I asked one of my coworkers to keep an eye on him while I was gone, and he died while I was gone. And this is why you don't put faith in coworkers. So my little goose passed away. But very sad story. I actually really liked that goose. That was my favorite. He was my little bean, but what can you do? People suck.
Along with conservation efforts, the Canada goose was able to make a comeback, and humanity and geese lived happily ever. Absolutely not. Yet a cobra chicken came back with a vengeance. I called the sparrow an airborne honey badger.
Some of these guys are mean. Hang on. Last time I was stung by a bee was in the neck near my artery, and when I was helping my big sister gardening, she stabbed me with an EpiPen with glee and spent hours in the hospital. Ooh.
It's just barcoded assault with wings. Easily the most undeserved arrogance I've ever seen on an animal. And that's really what it is. This damn Velociraptor has some wildly irrational confidence. They're like Family Guy. They nearly got canceled, came back, and by God do they not miss a chance to punish us for it. Even
Exactly.
Sully's heroic landing in the Hudson wouldn't have even been needed if a goose didn't try to run a fade with a plane. Just proof that you can get a lot of mileage out of false, unearned valor. Because it's a bluff. Geese nest on the ground, so they only really can respond to a threat to minor safety by implementing the honey badger method. By raising...
No, he did not pass away from loneliness. The little one I took care of was passed away because my coworker was a spiteful, terrible human being who decided to not feed it. I don't know if it was negligence or deliberate, but she let a baby goose die. Yeah.
Hell until you meet someone that takes you there. Add the fact that they've managed to lose their fear of humans, and you have a honk-happy threat to national security. I've even read reports of them apparently luring chasing dogs into deep water just to attack and harass them until they eventually drown in exhaustion.
Oh my God!
Just leash your dog? Oh, also, goose tongue. But yeah, that attitude's a bluff, and they read body language, so act like you've been around a goose before and you'll probably be fine. So why are geese so mean? They'd probably be dead if they weren't, but at least they're not capable of really damaging anything but your pride. Complete opposite of chimpanzees, my word. Probably a top 3 crash out in nature, cause you really never know what could set this chainsaw with thumbs off.
I mean, we've said this before, there's literally chimpanzee wars. The chimpanzees are crazy. They really are, because they're so similar to us. They're out of their minds.
Change your hairstyle for the first time in 10 years? Yeah, you just lost your face privileges. Push one of your troop mates a little too far? Call it Kaizen the way you about to get your jutsu jumped. Do a fucking barrel roll? Absolutely not. Not in these parts. Chimps and really primates in general have a sense of fairness. Do something they view as unfair? Oh buddy, you finna find out why they're the prime ministers of unproportional reactions. This man decided to surprise his former pet chimp with a chocolate cake for his birthday. The real surprise was 2 male chimps getting out and mutilating the man for not serving them a slice first.
Oh
I'm
my
not gonna list the
God.
full extent of his injuries. I have a full video doing that. Just know the first 2 hospitals denied him entry because they literally thought he was a lost cause. Monkeys in captivity have also been known to mob a member of their own
His
for
nose
receiving
was
more
gone.
food than the others. And when I was 8, a chimp temper tantrum nearly had me halfway to Helen Keller.
why
Almost
do-
had me rocking
why-
the Nick
oh my
Fury
God.
fit. And we cannot forget
Why do
that time
chimps always go for
monkeys
the
in India
face,
went
too?
on a campaign of dropping dogs from roofs after
Oh
one
my-
allegedly attacked a baby of their own.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
primates are some Hall of Fame crash outs. Question is, what could possibly be more destructive? Well, tigers are easily one of the most vengeful creatures alive, and the moment this striped population control wants you dead, you might as well lease a casket. There's plenty of stories of tigers going from 0 to 1,000. In 2007, 3 teenagers that may or may not have been under the influence taunted 243-pound Tatiana the tiger, reportedly even pelting her with pine cones from a slingshot. Tati
dead.
cleared a 12-foot mow, severely mauled 2 of the teens, and killed the third.
Yup.
In 2016, a tiger ripped apart an infamous poacher named Baby only 4 days after his group reportedly shot his mate. In 97, a hunter named Vladimir Markov not only shot a tiger, but had the audacity to steal his kill. As a result, the
know
Whisperer
this
John
one.
Wick stalked his cabin, tore anything that smelled like him
we
to
know this
shreds,
one, yeah.
including his mattress and bedding, and apparently even demolished an outhouse Markov had used. As you can guess, the story ended around the same time Vladdy did, once the Siberian assassin was there to greet him at his house. And then there's
Jeez.
this. The backstory is that a mother tiger and her cubs had ventured beyond the boundaries of a park and had injured cattle in the process, so rangers went out to capture and relocate the trio. They successfully tranked and removed the cubs, but the mother was nowhere to be found. That was until about right here. The enraged mother
Oh, that's
killed a
what this is
full-grown
from.
elephant and managed to mutilate the mahout riding it, taking several
Oh my
fingers with her,
God.
and the fury on 4 legs was never seen again. But the most infamous big cat crash out came in the early 1900s, when a tiger dubbed the man-eater Champawat killed
Yeah, we learned about this one.
436 people,
We learned about
giving
this
her
one,
the
yeah.
highest human body count of any single animal. And it was discovered that the cause
'Cause they cut them
was
teeth.
a cripplingly debilitating tooth injury that forced her to
Yeah.
go after easier prey. And that's the thing I do want to mention. I know I had fun with the crash out concept, but really all the tiger was ever guilty of doing was what came naturally.
Yep.
And that really goes for every animal on this list. Tatiana wouldn't have had to die and take someone's son with her if they hadn't gone and tested her killer. Travis was an overweight, socially stunted, Xanax-consuming time bomb that some woman decided to keep inside as a pet. Even the whole Elefino mess started with poachers destroying and fragmenting their families and probably giving the pachyderms PTSD. Like, I'll joke around and stuff for comedic effect, but I'm not actually out here judging animals by human standards. Cause he said something real before he got Chris rocked and left with Fresh Prince.
Right.
Talk about the tiger went crazy. That tiger ain't go crazy. That tiger went tiger.
But yeah, that's gonna be
You know what? Valid.
for this video. Make sure you drink water, hug your mother. There's no church in the wild and no judge in the jungle, so don't expect animals to follow either. And I'm gonna
this
see
chat,
y'all
you gotta give me a hug.
in the
I'm owed
next
it.
one.
I'm owed it. I love it. Every video from him is such a banger. Every video from him is such a damn banger. I like every time. Every time. Legitimately every time. All right. On to the next video. On to the next video. Morning, Yura. How was your nap? Good. You feel better? Good, good. Yura just woke up. You've been up for a little bit. Were the cats on you? Shortcake was on you. Oh, that's so cute. That's so cute. And yeah, oh, she just chimed in. She said, "And yes, Tetra is terrified of beasts." Casual's so good. He really is. I really like Casual. I will say that I've been getting a lot of new subscribers on YouTube from the casual videos, which makes me really happy because a lot of them... I like broadening my audience, right? Like, I really do enjoy having the Warhammer audience, but I like also having the broad audience because I like doing lots of things. I want to definitely always keep doing the Warhammer stuff, but I want to do a lot of things. And I enjoy that. Oh, tell Euro we found her spirit animal. Is that the from the list where it says, like, the dangers of being small? Yeah, the depressing reality of being a small cat is what the video is called. We haven't watched it yet, but Pen put the comment, ha ha ha, LMFAO, you're a IRL.
I'm pretty sure Penn sent that picture to me.
Did I say Nat Geo? I meant Casual Geo. Do you mean the mouse? Oh, there's a little mouse that will hunt down anything and brutally kill it to eat it, and then it howls. It howls. It is like a little werewolf mouse. It is so cute. It is a true terror. It is a true little terror, but we love it. Okay. Let me just do this real quick. What you eating? Oh, that's gonna be banger. I don't know. You probably could eat cold. Probably yummy. Sorry, yours having katsu. Kot is having katsu. Katsu. Yeah, squeak owls. It goes, ah! It's so scary and cool. Yeah, that's you. Exactly. Yeah, Ree. It was Ree the mouse. Exactly. All right. Let me get the next video ready, and we'll go from there. Hang on, I'm just checking this. All right. The next video. All right. We'll do a Tierzoo after this one, too. What do you think of Morty? Oh, I like him. Morty is currently my number 6. Mortarion is probably my number 6. He's below Jagatai and Sanguinius. And then I would have him there. He's a hell of a lot better than Vulcan. Okay. Let me get the next video ready. Let's change outfits. Let's go back to default. I honestly, the reason why I do the different outfit sometimes for the... No, not that one. That one's cute too, but no. The reason I do the different outfits sometimes, I kind of like to see how different outfits affects analytics. It's really weird to say that it does do that, but actually the outfits affect analytics. It sounds super silly, but it is true. Okay, let me do this. It's gonna probably start. Yep. Okay. Vulcan stands in absolute shambies. I don't mean for them to be in shambies. I just think that Mortarion's more interesting. Deso. Angron and Fulgrim are gonna be the next poll. Angron and Fulgrim are gonna be the next poll. Dude, there's so much editing I need to do today. There's so wait, also, you have your videos for today, right? You do, okay. I'm like, wait, did we help Yura figure out her videos for today? Also, well, we still have roughly an hour until Yura goes on. Big news, Yura got partner on YouTube, and today's her first day. Some people already decided to do this because everybody's goobers, and they're like, I gotta be first, even though she didn't even announce it yet to the community. Today's the first day she'll have memberships on her stream on YouTube, which I think is pretty cool. So we'll be going over to my wife's channel a little bit later. So I'm very, very happy for that. Next one's gonna be Angron. I think Angron's gonna win by a landslide. I think Angron's gonna win by an absolute landslide, if I'm gonna be totally honest with you. Angron wins, yeah. Also Latara Sarin. What else did I miss? Congrats, Yara. Yeah, isn't that exciting? It's her first stream with like monetization, which again, for you guys who don't know, it's a really big deal on YouTube to achieve that. So it's her first ever stream with monetization. So I'm really, really proud of her. She's worked very hard. She's worked very, very hard. All right, hold on 1 second. I'm gonna just quickly be right back. I have to check something. I'll be back in 1 second. I gotta mute, and then we'll start the next video. I am so sorry. Why did I come back to Chio giving money? Long story, but it's dealt with. It's dealt. Muted by I am not muted. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Let me catch my breath for a minute before we actually start the next video, because it's gonna be everybody's gonna be watching the next video as a standalone, and they're gonna be like, "Why is she out of breath?" Gillabom's back quickly. Act natural. Oh my god. Bio, did you get into the chat room in the Discord? Did you get into the little blueberry chat room where you could all gloat with each other? I'm looking at, I feel gas. Wait, for what? No, nothing like that. Nothing like that. Found $1 under my desk. That doesn't mean give it to me. You save your own money. Save your money. Oh my god. Yes, I did. Okay. I will say this again in between the videos. Stop giving me money. All right. On to the next video. What is the story? Don't worry about it. Basically, I got a package, and the package was open when it got delivered, so I had to talk with the delivery person. Okay. All right. Let us begin. Let me turn off my music, and let's get started. All right. Minimize this. All right, next video. 5 more horrible ways an animal can end you. I'm sure it's lovely. So cute.
Yep, because obviously one part just wasn't enough. I'm gonna make this real quick because I want to get right to the trauma.
Is this whole one vertical? Is this whole video vertical? Okay, all right. Let me change how my model is. Let me get a little bit bigger on the screen then. I didn't realize he had. Is this just his shorts? I didn't even realize. Okay, all right. Let us go back and continue.
Earlier we talked about 10 of the worst ways animals can put a 404 on your birth certificate. That video is going to be in the description in case you want to get caught up. But there were some pretty notable animals missing from the video, and half of that was on purpose so I'd have enough ammo for a part 2. The other half was honestly just me forgetting. So here's 5 more terrifying ways nature can put you under a headstone, and once again, viewer discretion is very much advised.
Oh, how bad
And it's
can it be?
especially advised for one of the animals on here.
What?
You'll know it when you see it.
Will I?
All that out the way, let's get to the content.
I love that picture so much.
It's no secret that having an Australian area code really means agreeing to live life on veteran difficulty.
Right?
And it's not just that everything with a heartbeat down there has the power to cancel yours.
It does.
It's the way they can do it. Get too close to a castle area and you run the risk of getting violently.
Hun, I have watched more Mortars than I care to admit. I know about the dangers of Australia. What are you going to tell me that's different? Surprise me.
Play with a platypus and you might just find out that Perry's armed with an incapacitating venom more powerful than morphine. The blue ring octopus was actually one of the animals in a previous video because not only is it one of the most venomous things in the ocean, it's also small enough for you not to feel its toxic bite. Which is why out of all the nonsense in the land down under, this tiny octopus is what you should be the second most afraid of.
Okay.
The reason it's second is because this thing still exists.
Box jelly.
The Australian box jellyfish is the most venomous thing in the ocean, which obviously makes it one of the most venomous things in nature. They're armed with a crippling toxin potent enough to turn.
I love the logic of being able to say that, and that's actually, and I love it, right? Because you could literally say anything, like, oh yeah, this is the most dangerous X in Australia, which literally means it is the most dangerous ever. It's very rare for the most dangerous things to not be in Australia.
You into a statistic in as little as 2 minutes. And that's because its venom is a neurotoxin that attacks ion channels in muscles, causing them to contract but not release. When those muscles happen to be in the heart, that's what can cause victims to go in.
Dude, why? Why do you do this for science? Why do you do this for science? I know you gotta figure stuff out for anti-venoms and everything, but man, that poor frog, you know?
A cardiac arrest. There have been cautionary tales of people being stung by box jellies while swimming and not even having enough time to make it to shore. The reason the box jellyfish is so disrespectful with its venom is because it's specifically designed to incapacitate its struggling prey before they have a chance to snap its tentacles. I call them the biggest middle finger to Australia because they're the polar opposite of blue rings. The blue ring's deadly bite may be painless, but those rings it's named after are designed to
Yeah, I
warn
was
you.
gonna say the box jelly is. How fast does anybody know in chat offhand? How fast does the box jellyfish kill you? I feel like it's something. I think it's something like what, 16 minutes? Isn't it something like outlandishly quick?
Before you even have a chance to get that close. Which means the only way this octopus can be a threat is if you're crazy enough or dumb enough to hold one. Box jellyfish give zero warning. They're virtually impossible to notice until you feel the immobilizing agony that comes with the sting. If you accidentally brush up against those tentacles, thousands of sting cells blast microscopic harpoons into your skin, which is how the venom gets to you. Victims have said getting stung feels a lot like getting branded with a hot iron, which makes sense, because that's exactly what the scars look like.
Oh my god.
Even if you survive, it can still give you the world's most painful tattoo, and if you're really unlucky, a nasty case of necrosis. And if that wasn't horrific enough, one species managed to take it a step further.
The Irukandji. Yeah, Irukandji. Sorry, I gotta say Irukandji. I like everybody loves to jump down everyone's throat when it comes to pronouncing an animal's name. I swear. I've seen it more on YouTube with animals than anything else. But it's like Irukandji is how I've always said it, and people get very upset by it. I don't know why.
Roughly the size of a penny, yet it's somehow the most intimidating animal Australia has to offer. Its venom has been said to be 100 times worse than a cobra.
But yeah, so these are the we've talked about this in a previous video. These are the reasons I don't want to dive in Australia. The Irukandji is legitimately the reason I do not want to scuba dive in Australia. These things scare me. I think somebody in one of the comment sections on that video were saying how they're usually nowhere near the Great Barrier Reef, so you don't have to worry about it too much. But man, these things freak me out. They could fit between net holes. Nah. And
1,000 times more toxic than a tarantula's. And because its venom is also a neurotoxin, symptoms can include crippling pain, vomiting, severe muscle cramps, escalating all the way to brain hemorrhaging, heart failure, and eventually a flatline.
Yeah.
This tiny jellyfish can essentially destroy you from the inside. Its skin also put
hold
you
on
in
one
a
second, I gotta
comatose
mute
state
again. I'll be right
almost
back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that again.
Distinguishable from death, it basically turns you into the living dead. I'm not saying this homicidal sperm cell can cause a zombie apocalypse.
I'm back 2 seconds, and the first thing I hear is homicidal sperm cell. Well, I don't think that they're quite that bad. I do know that it makes you kind of want to game over because of how bad it is. I know the sense of dread that you get is supposed to be unbelievable.
But I am saying you do want to be ready. Which is why State of Survival lets you see how you do in a full-scale I Am Legend type zombie apocalypse. It's free to play and available on both Apple and Google App Stores.
He bamboozled me again. He bamboozled me with the ad. He bamboozled me with the ad. Every time he gets me. Every time he gets me. Like literally, you tune out for like 2 seconds. 2 seconds and he slides in an ad. Again, it's brilliant. It's brilliant. Again, I always put links to him in all the videos I do of him, so I don't need to get. I don't need the angry mob. Okay, I will always give credit to him. Go buy his book. Go support him. The ad's old. It's not giving him any money anymore. You don't need to go crazy over me. All right, back to the video.
Ideal is if you manage to come into contact with this
They're so
jellyfish.
small.
Because one of the symptoms of Irukandji syndrome is an overwhelming
the
feeling
impending
of
doom.
Some victims will reportedly be so sure they were going to die that they would beg the doctors to put them out of their misery permanently.
Yeah.
And that's because the venom can cause a release of catecholamine, one of the things responsible for your flight or fight response, which makes this jellyfish one of the few animals that can bend you over psychologically as well as physically. Basically, it puts the fear of God in you to the point where you want to go meet it.
Scariest.
That being said, with immediate medical attention, your chances of getting put on the news by a box jelly are surprisingly low. Doesn't change the fact that an estimated 50 to 100 people lose the lottery to this hellspawn each year.
Jeez.
And because of the nature of the symptoms, that number could very well be higher and the deaths either go unreported or get falsely attributed to something else. The worst part is you will almost never see it coming.
God, it's so
unlike
small.
the next animal.
What is the next animal?
A few comments from the previous video question why I left big cats off the list, and honestly the answer is pretty simple. Cats are nature's perfect little killing machines, but because they're not pack hunters like hyenas or wild dogs, they have to put their prey out of commission before they eat it.
Right.
This minimizes the risk of injury and allows them to carry their prize to a much more secluded spot.
Right.
Which means most big cats will mercy murk their prey with a quick but critical bite to the windpipe. But of course, there has to be an exception to every rule. Roll the clip.
Oh.
Jaguars are the only big cats that put their prey out of commission with a crushing bite directly through the skull.
Oof.
Jaguars are basically the bull sharks of cats. They're not the biggest or the most notorious, but pound for pound they're the strongest with the most devastating bite. A jaguar's max bite force has been estimated to be in a range from 13 to 1500 pounds per square inch. That mouthpiece is not only strong enough to evict a turtle from its shell, but it produces enough force to puncture the skull and even pierce the brain. This method is enough to one-shot virtually anything in its area code, from capybara to caiman, and they've even been known to rip the cranial cap off of animals as tanky as the tapir, which can weigh over 800 pounds. Jaguars are ambush hunters that catch bodies by disabling their prey before they even have a chance to react, which is why a full-grown caiman with a brain the size of a walnut has virtually no shot against a motivated vice grip with whiskers.
It's actually really impressive.
And since jaguars primarily puncture the temporal bones of the skull, they essentially punch holes in your head by biting between the ears. And because jaguars are as comfortable catching life sentences in water as they are on land, they're South America's all-terrain assault weapons. If a jaguar wants your name off the census, you're not even a person, you're a walking corpse at that point. But spoiler alert, jaguars don't even have the worst bite on this list. This snake is naturally shy, non-aggressive, and would much rather slither away from confrontation.
Okay, but look at him. He's just a cute little guy. He's just so cute.
It's when it feels cornered that the bum sling shows you why it's one of the most venomous snakes to ever live. This
Hey chat, you're a bunch of bum slangs.
Saharan serpent is armed with hemotoxin-riddled venom, which contains anticoagulants that
I take it back, you're not.
limits the body's ability to form blood clots. Which is how this introvert of a snake can cause fatal hemorrhaging in tissues in muscles and the brain, causing you to bleed into an obituary. If left untreated, the bite from a
Okay, hot take here. People who willingly let themselves get bit for the sake of, like, education for videos, they're not. They're doing it because they want content. It will always floor me. It will always floor me. There's that one guy who goes around on YouTube and gets stung or bit by every bad thing. And he's like, I do this for education. I put this in my body for education. No, you don't. You do it because you get a monetized check from YouTube. Like, it's crazy to do stuff like that. There's one guy I watch that does something totally different. He's a competitive eater who eats insane things that are insane. But at least he acknowledges that he's insane. At least the LA Beast acknowledges he's insane. That's why I love him. But, like, the people who get stung and bit by everything are like, yeah, it's for science. No, it's not for science. Shut up. It's not for science.
bum sling can cause you to bleed from virtually every orifice, including the eyes, nose, gums, and even the anus. Internal and external bleeding aside, there's two main reasons why this snake is a cell block D level menace.
Okay.
Number one is the lethal dose of the venom itself. It's been said that the amount of bum sling venom needed to introduce you to your ancestors is one of the lowest of any snake. Number two is because of the very nature of snakes. Venom is physiologically expensive to make, so snakes will often deliver dry bites when they don't want to inject venom. It's how they get their point across without wasting precious venom on a non-life-threatening situation.
Okay.
You're probably wondering how not releasing venom is a bad thing, and here's where nature shows you how much of a female dog she really is.
Okay.
Bum sling venom is slow-acting, and it can take the victim several hours to feel the effects. This can cause victims to falsely assume the bite was dry and then—
Oh my god, that is such an FU snake. I love that. It's like, oh, you know what? I am the Russian roulette snake. I bite you, you don't know if you're gonna die.
not seek medical attention as urgently as they should. By the time you're bleeding out of your ass and eyes, you're already on the waitlist to the cookout in the clouds. And without anti-venom, a complete blood transfusion could be the only thing keeping you from a box in the ground. In 1957, herpetologist Carl Smith was bitten by a young juvenile bum sling, but he didn't immediately seek medical attention because he assumed the baby snake couldn't produce the lethal dose. You could probably guess how that movie ended.
I'm pretty sure he died.
Instead of getting to a hospital, Dr. Schmidt recorded all of his symptoms after being envenomated. All of them, except for the last one. That day, Dr. Schmidt became past tense, likely at the hands of internal excessive bleeding, all because of one mistake. Had he been rushed to a hospital and received anti-venom, he might have lived long enough to learn his lesson. Lucky for us, the bum sling is timid and afraid of people, and for all its toxicity, it has a surprisingly low body count, believed to be only responsible for less than 10 deaths. Unlike the next animal, which has a body count not in the hundreds, not thousands, but likely in the millions.
What? Mosquito?
If I made a poll asking what the most dangerous animals in Africa are, some answers might include
Let's give me the mosquito.
hyenas, the always homicidal hippopotamus, Of course, you can't forget the lion. And heavyweights like the African
it's
elephant,
millions, it has to be a
rhinoceros,
mosquito
and
with
Cape
malaria.
buffalo might also make an appearance. And if you're an intellectual,
Yes!
you might say the mosquito since they co-author more death certificates
Am I
than
gonna be
any
stupid?
other
I'm not an
animal.
intellectual,
But we
yes.
know how much of a menace mosquitoes are. Most people don't think the same of this fly, and
Tsetse
that's
fly?
exactly why they're here. The tsetse fly is
Yes!
one of the most murderous things alive, believed to have a human hit rate of, at the minimum,
Still got it.
10,000 bodies a year. It's a parasite that feeds on the blood of others, and like the mosquito, that makes it the perfect vector for a handful of nasty diseases. The nightmare starts when an infected tsetse fly passes on the parasite trypanosoma to an unknowing human. Once that parasite turns your body into an Airbnb, it shuts you down from the inside.
I get too excited to be able to actually guess like what animal does something. Sorry. I get really excited. I'm like, yes, I know it. I'm not an idiot. Yes.
Being the landlord to this parasite can mean heart problems, kidney failure, anemia, and if you're pregnant, you might just get a visit from that young lady, Miss Carrie. But the most disturbing part is that it's now the second animal on this list that can do damage to your mental. This disease deteriorates your body to the point where just opening your eyes or feeding yourself can leave you exhausted. It doesn't help that one of the neurological symptoms is that it completely wrecks your sleeping schedule, causing insomnia at night and borderline narcolepsy during the day.
This is crazy.
That fun little fact is exactly how this disease got its name, African sleeping sickness. And that's not the only symptom either. Victims can experience drastic shifts in personality, usually resulting in uncontrollable episodes of aggression. This fly factory resets your personality, and the infected can become such a danger to themselves and others that there have been instances of victims being tied to poles where they can't hurt anybody. It's a debilitating disease, and one that slowly breaks you down until you eventually slip into a coma and never wake up. The only good thing is
so
that
vicious.
statistically, the chances of becoming a hashtag after being bit are incredibly low, since the tsetse fly has to already be infected. But my mother would have raised a lie if I said that about the bite of the last animal on this list.
Oh no, what's gonna be worse than that?
There might not be a worse death sentence in nature than the one hiding in this picture. And that's because crocodiles have spent the last 200 million years perfecting.
All right. Well, look, I'm gonna be real. I don't think he made this list as in like what gets categorically worse, because I don't really think that. I don't think anything's gonna really top losing your mind, going insane, becoming narcoleptic, your joints hurting, and then going into a coma and dying is gonna be. Nothing's topping that. Like a croc's not topping
The art
that.
of canceling life subscriptions. With the highest recorded bite force of 3,700 pounds per square inch, getting assaulted by a croc is like getting hit with a sledgehammer with
You'll
teeth
die.
with enough power to tear flesh and crack bone. Not even the murderous hippo can match that force. The crocodile's hunting strategy involves sneaking up to its victim
hanging out with
underwater while
watermelon.
completely undetected, which they can do because nature put their eyes on the top of its head, giving them a disrespectful stealth factor. Those are all eyes, and they're all looking at you. Once they're close enough, they slam about 60 razor-sharp cones for teeth into their prey and then drag them into the water where they have a home court advantage. Especially since a crocodile can hold its breath for over an hour. And as if death by reverse baptism wasn't enough, crocodiles have possibly the most unforgiving finishing move of any animal. The crocodile's death roll is designed to rip their struggling prey apart into easier to swallow chunks of flesh. I'm not gonna let you see what just happened to that zebra, just know its neck is now non-existent. And with jaws like a snare trap, surviving a fade with a prehistoric homicide gecko usually
the
involves
barrel roll.
negotiating an arm or a leg.
When you
The
see that death
crocodile's
roll,
hunting
whoa.
method is so successful that they've been around for hundreds of millions of years and barely had to change their playbook. But the most haunting thing about them is that they believe in the worst type of equality. Jaguars don't see humans as prey, and they're just as likely to run away from an encounter. For all its venom, the bumsling's first choice is always pacifism.
Right.
For a crocodile, anything that makes enough of a disturbance in its waters can get put on a list. And out of all crocodilians, it's the Nile and saltwater crocodiles that have been known to attack humans with enough regularity to be classified as man-eaters. And because
that's actually
splashing
terrifying.
only excites them, a good number of victims are small children that unintentionally play in its dining room.
Oh my God.
Crocodiles pack up about 1,000 people a year, and as we continue to encroach on their space, that number is only going to get higher.
Yeah,
And that's
thousands
gonna do it
compared
for
to
this
millions.
video. Honestly, if this video doesn't get demonetized, I'd be more shocked than Pikachu, so my Patreon's going to be in the description. Being a patron earns you access to videos before I post them, along with exclusive content you might not find anywhere else. We're still talking about animals here.
Pen, why you give me a video that literally says it's gonna be demonetized for me to watch in a live stream? Pen. 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 Looking at you, Pen. I'm looking at chat. I'm looking at you. Pen. 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 It wasn't. It wasn't demonetized. All right, that was a fun one. That was a fun one. Him saying that doesn't mean it. Well, I know. I'm being funny. I'm being tee hee ha ha funny. Otherwise, I wouldn't be keeping it on the screen as I sit here saying pen, 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 pen. Okay, we got one more video to watch, which is pretty good. I think we got. We'll have 5 videos that we'll get through today, so that will get me through until I have to be smart with how I post them. Right. I'm definitely gonna post one tonight, and then I should have 2 for Saturday and 2 for Sunday. Or if I space it out a little bit better, I do want to make a short for Erebus. I literally, it's going to be the easiest thing. It's going to be a picture of Erebus as the thumbnail, and I'm just going to be like, what does this face make you think of? And I'm just going to have all the Warhammer people just respond in vitriol. It'll be fine. Okay, let's watch a tier list video. Well, actually, I mean, we still have a little bit more time. We might get through 2. We might have an extra video for all I know, because Yura has her scheduled for 4 o'clock. So we'll be raiding into her around 4. So we'll go from there. Also, let me put on some music real quick while I do this. I'm gonna check some things super quickly. And there's the Battle of Ramri Island. So scary. What 40k video are we watching? If you have nothing planned, we can watch the Gene Stealer cult. No, I'm watching. We're watching a Tierzoo. We're watching a Tierzoo video. Okay. Because I'm trying to make every batch of viewership happy. A lot of people really like the Casual Geographic, and those are my favorite, to be honest. But I also know I have a lot of people who've been asking for Tierzoo. They don't really perform super well, but they perform okay enough that I can justify doing more. By the way, Tetra, I'll be waiting for a reaction video of you with the parrot versus police. If you suggest it to Penn will put it on the list after he vets it. It's the thing is, I'm backlogged a lot. It turns out when you start doing reaction content, a lot of people recommend things, like a lot, like a lot. Okay, I'm just checking some stuff real quick. Where is it? Content, live. I just want to check something with the live stream real quick. Okay. Gonna drop off for today. Enjoy the stream, everybody. Take it easy, Haruka. If we have time. Yeah, I get you. Well, the thing is, we have 45 minutes max. A Tierzoo video is going to be 15 to 20 minutes by itself. With reaction, it could take up to a half hour. There's no way I'm going to be able to fit really another video in there, so it'll probably end up being just kind of yapping. Believe me, my brain at this point is already kind of reacted out. Like I am definitely tired, but I want to get another video out because like there's a lot to do. There's always a lot to do. Like even after I finish today, I need to make a recording before Yura starts. So I'm going to raid into her while she's on her starting soon screen, make a recording, then end. So it's yeah. She's petting my head. I am a tired bean in this circumstance. It's 13 minutes. That's 13 minutes with no pausing for reaction. That's 13 minutes with no reaction. That's the problem, right? Because like I can't go over. I can't go over on my time. Plus, to be honest with you, I don't want to really go over too much in time because while it's not as important as it is on Twitch, my average is quite low today, so I don't really want to go for any longer than my scheduled time. Okay, let me just check this. I just want to make sure I have this correct. Okay. Okay. Let me get the video. Okay, let's grab this one. All right. Do we do the crustacean tier list, or do we do the fish tier list, or do we do the lizard tier list? Wait, who asked for what? What did I miss in the chat? What did Strider ask for? I bet I could smash the button faster than whoever else is smashing it. Wait, for what? Oh, the Dawn of War 4 trailer. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna pop on my other screen. We might have time for the Dawn of War trailer if it's like 2 minutes long. Crustaceans. I don't hate crabs. I just hate the coconut crab. I just hate the coconut crab. Crustaceans to traumatize Yura. Oh, wait, I just traumatized Yura. Wow, I just had the brain fart. Sorry, I was reading something in the Blueberry chat. That was literally Tetra and Yura right now. And then I just read Crustaceans to traumatize Tetra. My bad. All right. Let's do lizards. Let's do the lizard tier list. Or we could do you know what? No, I know which one we're gonna do. We're gonna do our house cats overpowered. I think that one sounds fun. Our house cat's overpowered, and then I might make Yura start a little early. I think that's good. I think that's good. I'll do our house cats overpowered. I'll even do I'll do house cats overpowered, and then the Dawn of War 4 trailer, and then we're gonna call it a little bit early for Yura because I'm a little bit tired. I'm a little burnt out today, if I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Not for a bad reason. I'm just tired. I've been nonstop. So, okay. Let's get Did you mark the house cat one is done before I even took it off the screen? Oh my god, you're so fast, Pen. I was clicking the link as we spoke. If I didn't get that in time, it would have been gone. Okay. Move this full screen. Okay. Now we are going to watch the next one. It's going to be a Tierzoo video, and it's our house cats overpowered.
3, 2, 1, go!
I swear I can't get over just... I was going to say, I can't get over just how many game references he makes in this. And I know that's his whole shtick, but I love the fact that we have Super Smash Brothers, music and overlay, and RuneScape text. Literally.
This game's tier list can seem pretty set in stone sometimes, but in reality, major shifts in the meta can happen extremely quickly, especially when new resource hotspots and points of interest open up.
Okay.
Builds which are well adapted to capitalize on these flashpoints can see dramatic ascensions on the tier list. One such event occurred when humans unlocked the food storage ability. This greatly improved the humans' survivability by giving them a consistent source of XP.
Man, we are really good XP farmers for real.
Even during harsh winters or famines. That is, if they could defend their stockpiles. These stashes were incredibly valuable, and could easily support entire colonies of rats and sparrows if improperly guarded.
True.
And while these Neolithic humans did have some techniques they could use to try and protect their precious grain on their own, ultimately their saving grace came in the form of a previously low-tier predator build that was barely scraping by in the...
What do you mean low-tier predator? How can you call cats low-tier predator build? Even before they were at least mid-tier.
North African savanna. The wildcat. A build...
I'm sorry, the face! Wee!
Predator build that was barely scraping by in the North African savanna. The
Look at that face! Look at them! They're so angry! They're like, I have captured prey!
Wildcat. A build which, once domesticated, would go on to become one of the most oppressive, overpowered predators in the current meta. But what is it about the house cat that makes it such a dominant threat? And how was it that the wildcat became better suited at taking advantage of pest infestations than other builds?
Jeez.
To really explain the success of the house cat, we need to go way back and start our story just after the Miocene balance patch. This update granted mammals...
There's just something that is so unhinged about calling things a Miocene balance patch.
Access to a new ability called Carnassial Teeth, a side grade of the Dentition skill tree, which allows users to gain bonus XP from carcasses and carrion sources.
Of course.
This may seem like a minor thing, but it completely changed up the metagame and made hyper-carnivorous builds a lot more viable, giving rise to a new archetype called the Carnivoran.
Okay, so, yeah, that created a whole new archetype of player base. That's crazy. It's true. I can't!
A group which includes many of the most popular predator builds in the current meta. Carnivorans are divided into two factions, caniforms and feliforms.
Right.
Caniforms are more generalist in nature and invest a lot into the olfaction skill tree, letting them track the sense of whatever they need.
Right.
Be it scavengeable carrion, prey, fruit, honey, water, or teammates from a great distance.
Or teammates.
They also tend to have a lot of stamina, allowing them to run for long distances without tiring. Feliforms, on the other hand, doubled down on the carnivoran archetype's original strategy. They
Would an invasive predator be a VPN user? Oh my god.
spec into even more abilities meant to crank up the efficiency of the hyper-carnivore game plan. The ability Tongue Papillate allows felids to extract even more value from fresh kills. Instead of investing heavily into scent-based sensory power,
I shouldn't be laughing at this, but it's so ridiculous.
feliforms tend to focus more on their hearing and eyesight abilities. This doesn't help them scavenge, since things like carcasses and berries don't make sound, but it does make them incredibly good at detecting hidden prey. Also, in keeping with the carnivoran's first major advancement, feliforms also focus a lot more heavily on specialized dentition, optimizing their bite attacks to deal massive puncture damage, and more effectively hold onto prey so the user can deal bonus damage with their claws. Throw in a few more ambush-focused abilities like retractable claws and camouflage fur patterns, and you've arrived at the modern felid, easily one of the most successful stealth assassin
God.
builds the game has ever seen.
Oh my
In fact,
god!
during the Ice Age expansion, felids were such a dominant
Look, that level of PK thievery is pretty damn high. I mean, to be able to take something like that from a high tier predator like a croc right there, that's crazy.
threat that many other predator builds had trouble competing with them at all. In the current meta, cats remain incredibly dominant in virtually every major terrestrial server. Basically every cat, including the ones I like to throw shade at, is a threat. Not just to those of similar weight class, but even to builds that vastly outweigh them. Although their power stat tends to be fairly modest among carnivorans, through efficient use of critical hits, a skilled felid player can take down just about anything. While the majority of the felid play
Look, that's what it's about. You know, being a felid is it's all about the love of the game. Okay, you know, you got to make sure that you're niche.
player base was off rampaging through the upper weight classes, an offshoot of the faction opted to forego larger size and instead chose to spec into a few new abilities, meant to capitalize on exploiting the weaknesses commonly found in the lower weight classes. So let's finally start unpacking what makes the house cat so overpowered. We'll begin with a quick look at the cat's stats. We've got a build with upper mid-level intelligence, low defensive stats, decent damage, above average stealth, high mobility, and excellent perception. Right off the bat, something that might jump out at you is, well, the fact that nothing jumps out at you. Cats are supposedly some of the most broken predators of all time, and yet none of their stats seems all that busted on their own. Top tier builds tend to have at least one stat that is so high it completely invalidates the strategies of other players. But no, cats aren't able to.
No, one tricks are not the meta. All right, being a one trick or being a pure is not gonna help you it will help you, but it won't let you be the top. All right, to be the top, you have to be versatile.
Use tools, they don't have a bone crushing or venomous bite, they can't change colors, they can't tank attacks for days, they can't echolocate, and so on. So no obvious answer here. Next, let's check out their unique abilities. We talked about a few already, including the abilities that buff the XP rates from meat sources. These should not be understated, as without them you can pretty much entirely write off the viability of this build. Cats and all other mammals have the warm-blooded trait. This grants them greatly improved stamina regen rates, greater resistance to cold damage, and a bunch of other useful perks, but at the cost of much greater upkeep requirements, meaning they need to secure kills much more frequently than similarly sized cold-blooded builds. Without these abilities granting the cat bonus XP from meat, it would be very difficult for them to keep up with their energy needs, even with how efficient cats are at hunting. Cats can also move extremely quietly due to their soft toe pads and retractable claws, enabling them to easily get within striking range of prey through smart use of cover and line of sight. But okay, all types of cat, large and small, have those abilities.
Right.
How about something more unique to house cats? For that, let's look at their primary perception-based ability.
Does he have like every single video game's like HUD that he could just access at any time? I've seen like 30 different games referenced in this video.
Slitted pupils. This ability grants house cats extremely precise depth perception, greater than all other felids. This allows them to perfectly judge the optimal pouncing distance, massively increasing their odds of landing an immediate critical hit and incapacitating their target before it has a chance to respond. So even though the house cat's base damage isn't broken in and of itself,
Also, is this one of his older videos or a more recent video? Because I almost feel like it's over-edited. Like, it's good information, and I always like Tierzoo, but I feel like this one's, like, really, really over-edited.
when a house cat goes on the offensive, it can certainly look that way. This strategy is what has led to the complete collapse of several different player bases in the amphibian, reptile, bird, and mammal factions, as it truly is that oppressive. Now, while we were first looking at the cat's base stats, one thing you might have assumed right away was that the cat's lower defensive stats are its main weakness, and that cats function as a sort of glass cannon, with very little counterplay options when attacked. You might also assume that given the cat's high mobility, their primary defensive strategy is simply to run away when they feel threatened. And while their top speed is often enough to escape...
These videos are so good. You ever watch these where they have the cat with the GoPro and you get to see like a day in the life of a cat? It's something.
...danger when needed. Instead, cats employ their mobility stat defensively in a different way. This is where one of the most shockingly effective aspects of the house cat manifests. House cats use their incredible agility to stand their ground. Agility and quick reflexes are usually used to dodge attacks, but cats instead actually use the reflexes to deflect them. Because their incredible depth perception grants them such high accuracy on their attacks, they can use their claw swipe attack to actually block incoming strikes. This is surprisingly consistent and works on a lot more attacks than you might think. Now, obviously this is a high skill, high reward strategy. Missing a parry can result in serious damage, but if you get good enough at this, you can ward off attacks from just about anything,
they're
and
literally the
potentially even
Sekiro
open up
cats.
opportunities for counterattacks. Put all this together, and you come to understand what a house cat build truly is. A house cat is what you get when you fuse the deadliness of a snake with the energy of a mammal. But why does this playstyle make for such a good partnership with human players? Compared to dogs, they seem like they'd be much less useful party members. Humans broke the game and became the top tier build by using coordinated team strategies and tool use in order to utterly trivialize their matchup versus large mammals. Dogs easily slot right into this game plan, as they can help track and chase down large prey, and also sniff out any potential ambush predators that could disrupt and punish this strategy. When a successful kill is made, dogs and humans naturally split the reward and both benefit. Dogs are also great defensively, as they can keep watch at camp and alert party members of approaching enemies.
That dog
Cats are generally
is very
pretty useless in this regard. They don't have anywhere near the endurance required to chase down prey over long distances, can't square off head-to-head with those builds anyway, and aren't nearly as reliable for early enemy alerts. The kills the cat makes can't realistically be shared with humans either. It wasn't until humanity unlocked the agriculture ability that the player base began to notice additional vulnerabilities they didn't need to care about before. Vulnerabilities that dogs couldn't really help with. When operating off of a hunter-gatherer strategy, humans could basically ignore all builds in the low weight class. Rats and birds were no threat to humans, and also not worth the effort to take down. So it makes sense for them to just focus on larger quarries.
Right, but
however, when the focus shifts to farming and food storage,
the
those
farming
same
meta
builds
needed
humans
them.
were ignoring before suddenly became one of their biggest threats. Having a granary raided and its food reserves destroyed could easily wipe out an entire human settlement. So figuring out proper security for these storage sites was critical.
Can we just elaborate by the fact that Dolphins just said Dark Souls sex parry build?
Simply are not effective enough at stopping pest infestations to fill that role. They cannot climb or fit into small spaces, and aren't stealthy enough to catch the trickier pests. Cats, on the other hand, are truly excellent at this task, and come with other benefits as well, the main one being that they require very little upkeep. Although they are social builds, they hunt alone, so they don't require any direction or attention from their human party members in order to accomplish their task. Since humans don't have any need for rat or bird carcasses, the fact that cats don't usually share their kills is actually a benefit rather than a drawback. The only thing cats really require from humans is to share in the shelters they construct. In the wilderness, cats typically use burrows, hollow stumps, or caves as their home bases. But these are vulnerable to attacks. Human settlements are significantly safer. Speaking of safety, even though cats are extremely lethal hunters, they pose very little danger to humans. This is a huge advantage over snakes, which theoretically could ally with humans to serve the same purpose, but in practice are far too dangerous to risk keeping around. The fact that cats are warm-blooded and therefore need to eat more frequently than snakes is also a benefit rather than a drawback for humans, since it means they need to stay on task and keep their guard up. So, while it is common to see players debate which build makes for the better addition to a human player's party, the correct answer is actually both. Dogs are a huge help in the large creature matchup. while cats cover your weakness.
It depends. It depends, right? Like in the urban servers, you know, in the urban servers, you need that cat meta. In the rural servers, the dog meta would help. I mean, the cat meta will help a lot in the rural servers too because of mice, but there's less utility for the dog meta in an urban environment.
In the small creature matchups. Having both in your party covers all of your weaknesses and enables human settlements to use a hybrid playstyle of both hunting and farming. So if you're a human main trying to construct the most optimal party comp, the only real question is how you'll keep the dog and cat players from fighting each other. Now, knowing which traits and abilities to invest in can be a difficult choice. Luckily for you, I've partnered with the...
I knew it. 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 I'm stopping it there. Oh, I knew it. I felt it. I felt it. I felt it in my bones. I knew the ad was coming. I knew it was coming. Of course, there will be a link to the channel. Support Tierzoo. I'm not playing the ad. And I'll get crap for it, but whatever. All right. We're going to do one more thing, and then make sure you're ready. Okay. We're gonna do the Dawn of War trailer. Pen, did you send it to me? And then we're gonna wrap it up because people are kind of like leaving pretty quickly, so we're gonna wrap it up. All right. Let me do this. Where is it? I know Pen sent it to me, so I just gotta find it. Okay. There it is. Okay. Final video for today, and then we're gonna be raiding into Yura. All right. This video may be inappropriate for some users. I understand. All right. This is for Dawn of War 4. Let's see if I can actually, like, see anything and recognize anything. All right, let's get it ready. Go full screen. Here we go.
The galaxy lies shattered.
Two things we're going to do before we start this over. One, why on earth are the closed captions in, what was it, Spanish? Oh, it was on French. Can I just turn them off? Subtitles. Off. All right, we got French subtitles. You know, we really needed those. We truly needed the French subtitles. Pay no mind. Pay no mind. Let me go down over here. All right, let's get that started again. Trying again, attempt 2.
The galaxy lies shattered. The blood ravens stand alone. We fight. We bleed.
Oh, jeez.
We die. For centuries, we have been sworn to defend Kronos. We have returned.
Are the Blood Ravens usually the primary legion for the Dawn of War games?
Orc warlords
it's a squig!
infest the surface. Mechanicus priests pursue knowledge long forgotten.
Dawn of War has pretty much all the factions in it, right? Blood Ravens are the Dawn of War legion. Okay. So I could play my Drakari, right? I could play my Drakari in this.
Ancient horrors awaken, claiming dominion over all. And some things.
Oh, they're a chapter, not a legion. Well, I'm already not gonna put this up as a video. I'm gonna get flamed into the ground now. Ugh. Ugh.
Still stirs below, buried deep, lost for eons, and never meant to return. We stand defiant. Kronos must not fall.
I mean, so far... Oh, I'm pausing that.
We are not alone.
So far we've seen Necron, Orcs, and Blood Ravens. Only 4 armies at launch. So who's the 4th then? What was the 4th one that I missed? Tyranids, maybe? Oh, Mechanicus was the 4th one. I forgot.
Our future is untold. Only one thing is certain.
In these games, do we usually get like sub factions of the Xenos? Like, could we get Necron flayed ones? Or is that like not a thing in these?
War has returned to Cronus.
That's actually really cool. I'm excited for that. That's gonna be pretty neat. I'll probably get this one too, because this will be my first Dawn of War. Because I've only been in the hobby now for what, like a month and like a week, a month and a week. That's exciting. There'll be a unit. Oh, very cool, very cool. All right, let's wrap up. Let's wrap up here, and we'll go from there. Let me start moving myself over. You're getting ready.
Can you show me how to do the thing again?
Oh, so you're not ready at all.
No, I'm ready.
Oh, okay. I was like, please, I want to stop.
Where I picked the
okay
thing.
Yeah, just hang on. All right, let me get music playing. Let me then coach you into starting. All right. First of all, before I even show your, well, let me show it first. You don't do it from here. You do it from the studio. Wait, no, you do it from here. Never mind. What was I saying? No, start stream.
Is it managed?
Start stream. Then you do manage. Then existing. Then you click.
Oh.
Okay, so just wait a second. All right, let me say my goodbye, then you can press it. All right, gamers. Thank you all for being here today. I love and appreciate you. You guys are amazing. You guys can copy that message if you want, and you can say it when we raid into Yura's channel. Again, the raids on YouTube are a little bit different, but thank you for everybody who stuck around. I hope you guys had fun. I will be on Twitch tomorrow and Sunday, but I'll be making sure to post at least 2 videos each day until then. I love and appreciate you guys tremendously. I really do. Thank you for all the love and support, as always. Remember, debut is in 2 weeks. And yeah, the next YouTube stream will be Monday. And we'll probably be doing Angron. So thank you guys again a ton. Let me set up the raid. No. Hold please. Let me get to the page first. Relax. Calm down. I think it's under customization for the live stream. Because it's the cute but deadly one, right? Redirect, add. Okay. All right. And I could choose upcoming. I could choose yours. All right. Yeah, go for it. Did you press it?
Yes.
All right, we're going to wait a couple seconds, and we're going to go right into Yura. Stick around and enjoy. For anybody who doesn't know, Yura's my wife. She's fantastic. She's going to be watching Kentucky Ballistics and how to stop a vampire. She's also going to be watching, I believe, a Morpars video. And today is the first day that she has membership, as she just achieved YouTube Partner. So I do appreciate you giving some love and support to her and hanging out. So I really do appreciate each and every one of you guys who've hung out here. It always means a lot to me. And again, you guys are amazing. All right, we're going over there now. Save, and I'm going to end. All right, take it easy, everybody.